Thank you. This meeting is now called to order. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cloninger?
Here.
Mrs. Cons?
Here.
Mr. LaValle?
Here.
Mr. Salt?
Here. The Pledge of Allegiance tonight will be led by Ms. Cons. Ms. Matson, are there any updates to the agenda?
There were updates to the agenda and the board was notified of these.
Members of the board, are there any items you wish to remove from consent agenda? Are there any items added to the agenda? May we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cloninger?
Aye.
Mrs. Cons?
Aye.
Mr. LaValle?
Aye.
Mr. Salt?
Aye.
Board quote is Ms. Cons.
Our quote this evening is by philosopher Ayn Rand. Do not let your fire go out. Spark by irreplaceable spark in the hopeless swamps of the not quite, the not yet, and the not at all. Do not let the hero in your soul perish in lonely frustration for the life you deserved and have never been able to reach. The world you desire can be won. It exists. It is real. It is possible. It's yours. So this quote is, first of all, for whoever needs to hear this hope tonight, but it's especially for our teenage students in D20 and especially for our graduating seniors this year. We've heard a lot about how they're lacking in hope as they get older and they really need to hear from the adults in their life. So I encourage all of those class of 2022 to take these words to heart. Believe in yourself, have immense hope of what the future holds, and go get it.
Thank you, Ms. Cons. We are changing the order a little bit. We've already, it's part of the agenda, but we will have public comments, but we're going to first do some introduction to new administrators. So without further ado, Mr. Gregory.
Yeah, Mr. Smart, please.
All right, is this all the way up? Okay, good evening. Thanks. I have 5 folks to introduce tonight, so I said they each get 20 minutes to talk, so is that okay? No. All right. Well, I'm pleased this evening to introduce 5 individuals for administrative positions. The candidates met all state licensing requirements and school district prerequisites. As you know, candidates also completed our rigorous process for achieving this recommendation, including paper screening, pre-screening interviews, preliminary interviews, final interviews, professional reference checks, and site visits as necessitated. We are delighted that many applicants showed interest in these positions, and I want to thank the many support staff, parents, students, and administrators who took the time from their other obligations to participate throughout the various parts of this interview process. All right, so the first one, I'm pleased tonight to introduce Susan Yoon, who is being recommended as the Prairie Hills Elementary School Assistant Principal. Susan holds a Bachelor's of Arts in Elementary Education from the University of Colorado at Colorado Springs, and a Master's of Arts in Educational Administration, K-12, from, I'm going to mess this up, how do you say it? Argosy? Yes, University in Denver. Susan began her educational career at Evans International Elementary as a 1st, 3rd, and 5th grade teacher, not all at the same time, I don't think, in District 49. Then she served as teaching and learning coach at Midland International Elementary School in District 11. Susan currently serves as assistant principal at Gold Camp Elementary School in District 12. We are pleased to present Susan to you tonight for the position of assistant principal at Prairie Hills Elementary School. Susan, is there anything you'd like to say? You just come right on down here. Yes, we make you come all the way down.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm really excited to join District 20 and be a part of your amazing team here and work at Prairie Hills Elementary. I think it's going to be a great opportunity and a great place to be. So thank you very much.
All right, I'm pleased tonight to introduce, I'm going to push this up, sorry, Cami DeBice, who is being recommended as the Discovery Canyon Campus Middle School Assistant Principal. Cami is joined this evening by her husband Joseph, children Stephanie and Marley, and also Mr. Romero is here as well. So thank you, Mr. Romero. Cami holds a Bachelor of Arts in Elementary Education and a Master's of Arts in School Leadership, both from Benedictine College in I knew I was going to mess it up. I practiced this earlier. Kansas. Cami began her educational career in Atkinson as a middle school science teacher, along with coaching basketball and volleyball. Awesome. Upon moving to Colorado Springs, she was a teacher mentor at Emerson Edison Charter Academy in District 11. Cami then served as a mentor teacher, middle school science teacher, and curriculum and instruction facilitator and project director for Magnet School Grant at Jack Swigert Aerospace Academy. That's a lot in District 11. Wow. Cami started in District 20 as the Dean of Students at Discovery Canyon Campus Middle School in 2015. This year, she has served as interim assistant principal and athletic director at DCC Middle School. We are pleased to present Cami to you tonight for the position of assistant principal at Discovery Canyon Campus Middle School. Cami, is there anything you'd like to say? All right.
Thank you for this opportunity. I appreciate it, but I have to say thank you to my support system over here. I'm super excited, Mr. Romero, Ms. Evans. Got to get to the mic, sorry. I'm loud. I was a coach. Like, oh, okay. And my family. So I'm super excited and thank you for the opportunity to represent DCC Middle School. It's been a goal of mine for quite some time, so I'm super excited to be there.
Okay, I promise all the other cities that people are from are easier for me to say. Okay. I'm pleased tonight to introduce Jennifer Richardson, who is being recommended as the Chinook Trail Middle School Assistant Principal. Jennifer is joined this evening by her husband, Marin. I think it's her mother-in-law, Hattie, is that right? And son, Titus, and son, Xavier. Also, her father, Don Newman, is here. Also, some folks from the site, school registrar, Lori Underberg is here. And also Sean Parsons is here as well. I think Tom was on his way down from High Trails. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it. Down here, I mean. And Jennifer holds a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from Colorado School of Mines in Golden, Colorado, and a Master's of Education from Colorado State University in Fort Collins. Jennifer started her educational career in District 20, starting as a 7th and 8th grade science teacher at Mountain Ridge Middle School. She then taught science at Coronado High School in District 11. And then Jennifer came back to District 20, serving as 7th grade science teacher at Eagleview Middle School, then was in the cadre that opened Chinook Trail Middle School. Upon their opening, she taught 7th grade science and was their department chair. This school year, Jennifer has served as Dean of Students at Chinook Trail Middle, and we are pleased to present Jennifer to you tonight for the position of Assistant Principal at Chinook Trail Middle School. Jennifer, would you like to say a few words? She's a little nervous.
Hi, thank you so much for just the opportunity to continue to show up to Chinook Trail Middle School every day. My support system is about as good as it gets, so thank you everyone who came. But I'm also joining or continuing to be a part of this great administrative team. If you have not spent time at Chinook Trail Middle School, I will tour you around myself because I just believe so much in what we're doing, and it is just such a great place. Our kids are ridiculous and brilliant, and our staff is the best that there is. So thank you for giving me the chance to continue to show up and do my best for every single kid that walks through our doors every day.
I think she might be a little excited, maybe. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. I am pleased tonight to introduce Renee Roth, who is being recommended as Mountain Ridge Middle School Assistant Principal. Renee is joined this evening by her son, Wes. Her husband and other son are at a baseball game, so I'm sure they're having a great time. Renee holds a Bachelor of Arts in English with an emphasis in secondary education and a Master of Arts in Educational Media, both from the University of Northern Colorado in Greeley. Renee started her educational career as a high school language arts teacher in Greeley. Upon moving to Colorado Springs, she taught at Doherty High School in District 11 and Falcon Middle School in District 49. Renee then taught high school at the Colorado Preparatory Academy in Westminster. She served as their middle school principal for 3 years before coming back to Colorado Springs and starting at Mountain Ridge Middle School, where she currently teaches language and literature to 7th and 8th graders. We are pleased to present Renee to you tonight for the position of assistant principal at Mountain Ridge Middle School. Renee, is there anything you'd like to say?
I just want to thank the interview committee for moving me forward in the process. I'd like to thank Dr. Field, Dr. Smith, and Mr. Stirk for the opportunity that they've given me. Mr. Gregory and the board, thank you for your support. I know that Mountain Ridge is a wonderful place to be, a great learning community, and I look forward to serving the students, the staff, and the parents in this capacity. So thank you.
All right, it's my last one. Don't get excited. All right, I'll be up later on tonight in case you want. Okay, I'm pleased tonight to introduce Michelle Tucker, who is being recommended as Rampart High School Assistant Principal. Michelle is joined this evening by her husband, Eric, and Pete Alvarez is also here, the principal at the high school. Michelle holds a Bachelor of Science in Interdisciplinary Studies from Texas State University in San Marcos, Texas, Masters of Arts in Curriculum and Instruction from Colorado Christian University, and a Master of Education and Educational Leadership from Regis University. Being a military spouse moving every few years, Michelle began her educational career as an elementary school teacher in Leon Valley, Texas. It's near San Antonio, in case you wanted to know. Fayetteville, North Carolina was next, and then Anchorage, Alaska, and Orange County, Florida, for the final stop before landing in Colorado Springs. Michelle taught at Academy International for 3 years before making the jump to high school, where she taught AP and IB English Language Arts at Rampart. This semester, Michelle is serving as interim assistant principal at Rampart. The previous semester, she served as academic dean and MTSS co-coordinator. We are pleased to present Michelle to you tonight for the position of assistant principal at Rampart High School.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Gregory, Board of Education, the entire Rampart community. I have some family here with me today. I'm very grateful to be able to serve in this capacity, to serve this community. And I just appreciate Mr. Alvarez and his trust in my ability to help serve this community. Thank you so much.
I forgot to recognize Dr. Becky Harris, who's here from Prairie Hills, the principal. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smart. I appreciate it. You officially are not that position until after we vote on consent. I'm just going to say I'm optimistic that that will occur. And what we're going to do now is take a break, and then we'll have public comments, and then we'll have consent. So if you all want to stick around, you're welcome. But right now we're going to take a 5-minute break so we can congratulate you all, and in only 5 minutes, because we're going to take another break at the end of consent. So 5-minute break. Thank you.
All right. Oh, so congratulations. All right. And again, if you need anything from me, you don't call me, okay? All right. All right.
Congratulations. My daughter.
Right, if everybody could take a seat, we'll continue. Ms. Cortez, I'm not going to ask, do we have any? How many do we have signed up to speak tonight?
This evening, we have 24.
Okay. The board welcomes public comments. In the interest of respecting the time of all who are present, speakers must have signed up to address the board prior to 4 p.m. and they must limit their remarks to 3 minutes or less. We also ask speakers to address the board and not others in the room. All speakers will be notified of the remaining time via the mounted monitors behind the dais. When the time is ended, the microphone will turn off and you need to be done. Supplemental written materials can be given to the security guards who are seated in the hallway outside of the boardroom, and they will be delivered to the board secretary. Profanity or any disrespectful behavior will not be tolerated. We greatly value all comments from the public. However, the board will not respond this evening, and I will say we have 43 attendees listening online.
So once again, I've proven that math is not my strong suit. There are 25 speakers. I'm so sorry. Every time. But our first speaker is Laura Alford.
Good evening, board members. My name is Laura Alford, and tonight I'm speaking on behalf of my son and all children in ASD 20 who have special needs and do not yet have their own voice in this discussion, as well as all current teachers, staff, and administrators who are putting forth their best efforts to support and encourage these students despite the obstacles they face. To those current employees of ASD 20 who have the children's best interest at heart and are willing to battle for their rights, we stand behind you in support and solidarity, and thank you most sincerely for your efforts. To the members of the board, thank you for the steps that are beginning to be taken to address the concerns that we are bringing to your attention. It would mean a great deal to all of us to have a formal meeting with you where we could be given the opportunity to share our concerns on a deeper level and also present our ideas for potential solutions that goes beyond the 3-minute limit that we are given here. Our ideas encompass all areas of special education, which would mean better support, training, and communication with every staff member involved with these children, and would hopefully increase staff retention. My son, along with many others in the district, has consistently been denied FAPE because the schools are not providing the required services and are not implementing the IEPs effectively enough to keep these children safe and able to successfully learn. At the beginning of this school year, no mental health services were being provided for my child, and when he began dysregulating every single week of last September and repeatedly getting suspended, the root cause of the problem was not addressed so that an effective solution could be found and implemented to enable him to once again access his education. Even after it was determined that my son's suspensions were a direct manifestation of his disability, he was continued to be suspended without any access to his education, and no compensatory services were provided. And when this violation was brought to the attention of the Executive Director of Special Education and the Director of Special Education for Compliance on January 26th, nothing was done. When I repeatedly reached out to the Directors of Special Education between December and February for help because my son's behavior intervention plan was not being properly implemented, nothing was done. Due to the consistent lack of honesty and effective action on the part of the Directors of Special Education, we are asking that the Strategic Planning Committee be formed outside of the umbrella of the SEAC so that no inherent bias is present when the issues are being examined. Please give us the opportunity to present the whole picture to you and partner with us to work towards the solution. We are asking you to hold our district accountable for providing FAPE, ensuring that every IEP is implemented with fidelity and that every child is safe within the school system. We are asking for a response from the board directly from before the May 12th board meeting. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Betty McDonald.
Hello, I'm Betty McDonald, and I am the School Engagement Librarian for the Pikes Peak Library District. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I want to, on a personal note first, just say what an excellent education my boys got in D20. So I'm indebted to Pioneer, Frontier, Mountain Ridge, Timberview, Rampart, and Liberty. So thank you. But back to business. Today I'm talking about PPLD's PowerPass partnership with D20. If you haven't heard about it, it's the PPLD electronic library card just for students. Each student gets one automatically. The PowerPass gives students access to PPLD's digital resources like databases, ebooks, and audiobooks. Students can download 5 free songs a week and stream movies with parental permission, of course. All available on ppld.org. Each PowerPass holder can also check out 5 physical items at a time from any of the 16 PPLD locations. PPLD did away with fines several years ago, so students don't have to necessarily return items by the due date. For all students, PPLD provides real-time homework support on a resource called BrainFuse Help Now. It's a safe platform and easy to use, and is 7 days a week from 2 in the afternoon to 11 at night. And so these complicated math homework questions can be helped online free with a PowerPass. And there's also chess tutors, of all things, on BrainFuse Help Now. And parents and students can get FAFSA help as well. Elementary students and their parents can access many kid-friendly resources like animated stories with reading help on Tumble Books. And there are also Spanish and French books on Tumble Books as well. I want to just quote Teresa Mulholland, who is a D20 teacher librarian. And she said to me, PowerPass has been exceptionally helpful for our access to research. The databases available have enabled students to find answers to the inquiries they come up with for themselves. PowerPass gives a depth of information that we haven't had before. It is becoming an invaluable resource. Thank you, Teresa. Because of the PowerPass, PPLD is better able to support the academic success of all D20 students. And don't forget, Summer Adventure starts June 1st, and this combats summer slide. It helps kids just keep up their reading skills. And we're accepting applications for teen summer volunteers through May 1st. And a volunteer can be 12 to 18 years old and will receive workforce readiness training by going through the interview process and also getting experience. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Mullenix.
Good evening to the board and all attendees. My name is Mike Mullenix. I live in District 20. I have 2 children who attended a number of District 20 schools before their graduation from Rampart and Pine Creek. Additionally, I just became a school accountability committee member for Rampart High School, so I'm looking forward to what I can do in that position. As always, I want to thank all the board members for their service. I admire any person who takes a job where at every meeting people tell you what you should be doing, critique or deride you when you don't do what they think you should do, and you get the added benefit of no pay. So not my idea of a dream job, but I do appreciate what you're doing. I also like to extend thanks to all the parents in this room who take the time to research what is happening in their children's schools and environment, and then come to these meetings and advocate for the children. It shows we all care about our children and they need all of the parental guidance and care they can get in today's society. Our children are under unprecedented pressure today. Psychology Today says the average high school kid has the same level of anxiety as the average psychiatric patient in the early 1950s, and that's directly related to social media. That's just an awesome thing when you think about that. There's no simple solution to this problem. Social media is not going to disappear. Parents and the teachers together need to build strong, resilient children who are equipped for this world and who can think for themselves. This is why I strongly believe we need to focus on basics in school, such as reading, writing, and math, but especially reading comprehension, and vocabulary, which are foundational. I'm taking an excellent communication course myself, and the presenter has pointed out how depression can be linked to a person's inability to find the words to communicate with others. Without the correct words, they have trouble even understanding themselves, let alone explaining their emotions to others. The inability to read well, comprehend, and express oneself isolates a person. Strong reading and writing skills and the accompanying strong vocabulary give the individual key tools needed to understand their world better and even understand themselves better. All the research I've done indicates that we're doing pretty good in District 20, but I've seen some other studies saying that, across the United States, reading levels are really pretty, in my opinion, kind of sad. But I think we can do it more in this area. I know it's not exciting, but I strongly support anything we can do to help our children excel in these basic competencies. Any comprehensive textbooks and programs designed to give our children exceptional reading comprehension and vocabulary skills are something we should pursue and implement. On a related note, I asked the board these 3 things related to the student textbook review and choice process. Number 1, implement an online review process so the reviews can be done at home and not interfere with people's job schedules. Expand the review period. I believe it's only about 10 or 11 days now. I'd like to see that be a little bit longer. Implement a process or clarify, if there is a process, for parents to submit proposals for consideration of a textbook or textbook series. When my kids were in school, they had great textbooks. I know because I helped them a lot with their math and with their other topics. In many cases,
Your time's up, sorry. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brent Elford.
Hello, my name is Brent Alford, and I'm speaking on behalf of Nicole Gross. Dear board members, I stood here 2 weeks ago and asked you to please listen to us and help us help our children. Our group specifically asked for an answer before this meeting, and yet we have not heard anything back from you. Our children are your most vulnerable students. Do you care? Our parents are here again tonight to plead for your help. We asked for a strategic planning committee made up of 51% parents to complete an internal review of the special education department. I want to clarify that we did not ask for that to fall under the role of the SEAC, the Special Education Advisory Council. This was intentional. For the past 6 years, I have participated on the SEAC in District 20. The last time the SEAC was truly advisory was the February 2019 meeting 3 years ago. The agenda item at that time was parent feedback for District 20 special education discussion. Areas for growth, areas for strength within our District 20 special education program. Since then, the SEAC has served in a purely informational role. While this is important, it does not allow for meaningful parent participation or sharing of parent or staff concerns. Please know that the efforts have been made over the past 3 years to move the SEAC into a true advisory committee. The past 2 years, I have invited and attended state-level trainings on SEACs with the District 20 special education leadership. The training covers the importance of and methods to move your SEAC to a true advisory role. But no changes were made to transform the SEAC into an effective vehicle for advising. During my last speech, I referred to a meeting I had with Dr. Fields and members of the special education team. Dr. Fields also referenced that the SEAC would be the place to discuss and address systematic concerns. That was a year ago, and here we are bringing the same issues to the table. Based on these experiences and behavior, we do not trust the district-level special education administration to make necessary changes to the SEAC to allow it to serve in this capacity. We have a significant culture issue within the special education department that prevents the intent of the requested committee from occurring with fidelity. The concerns we are raising have been brought to the special education department privately over the past year. We are now bringing them to District 20 publicly and will continue to do so. We as parents are here to partner with you, and we are looking to not only help identify the issues, but also help with solutions. Our goal is to improve student outcomes for all our students. Will you please help? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Samantha Carter.
Hi there, my name is Samantha Carter, and I'm here tonight to read a statement on behalf of a paraprofessional who was unable to attend this evening. Her statement is as follows. I am writing regarding concerns that I have with how the district handles bonuses and pay increment increases for classes that classified staff take. I was on leave from January 8th, 2021 to January 10th, 2022. There was a bonus that was sent out closer to February, and I received it. On the other hand, there was a pay raise prior to that, and it was for staff who have been working and didn't leave the district. Although I was on leave, I had no intentions of leaving the district, but because I was on leave, I was told I don't get a pay raise. Right now, I make less than a classified sub. There are subs working in the same center-based program that I do, have not worked the number of years I have, yet they receive higher pay than I do. This is a huge problem, and it makes me feel extremely unvalued having been with the district for 8 years. I have never received anything such as a plaque that others have received. I don't claim any benefits and don't need to. Therefore, the district does not have to pay the percentage for benefits they do for the staff who take advantage of the benefit program. I was also one who was cut from the cafeteria dollars for not claiming the district benefits, which was $115 extra on my paycheck. My concern with how the district handles increment increases is the following. I unknowingly filled out the wrong form for my increase, but no one notified me. After a month of not receiving the increase in my pay, I was the one who had to contact HR. They then told me I filled out the wrong form, and then I am informed that they can only pay me from the date I turn in the correct form. Since they won't retro pay me for the time the original form was sent, I have been shorted 2 months of my increase, and who knows how much longer I will wait on it too, because I was also told they are backed up. No one is checking another problem. There is nothing explaining which trainings need to be taken. A colleague of mine took a training and then was told it was the wrong one. So why doesn't someone pay attention to this on the classified side? No one told her she had to ask higher ups why she couldn't access certain things. I feel more and more this district just wants bodies and doesn't care about what they pay the people who work with the kids. They care more about paying district staff who sit behind their desks all day. Respectfully, Crystal Campagnola.
Our next speaker is Robert Trujillo.
Greetings. As you no doubt remember, I'm Robert Trujillo, speaking on behalf of my son and other SPED students in the district. My speech last meeting showcased the district's discrimination towards special needs children and a denial of their legal right to free, appropriate public education. This time will be a bit different. I do want to add, I find it fascinating that you chose a quote from Ayn Rand to put on the public funded website. She's a known bigot, classist. I hope this doesn't reflect the board's goals. And I noticed the cowardly attempt to restrict our First Amendment right to free speech here from 3 to 2 minutes, which is, you know, another lack of representation. Hopefully, I won't have to join a religious organization to nudge to get your attention. But the group of concerned SPED parents and I demand a point of contact so we may develop a strategic planning committee. This committee will address the systemic issues within the district, help the free federal funding, promote and support schools through competitive wages and new hires. This group should consist of over half of SPED parents and advocate, and a rep from a group like Peak Parent. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melissa Underwood.
Thank you for taking the time to hear me today. I appreciate your time and service. Today, I'm here to happily report that my son's paraprofessional situation is resolved through the end of the school year. I assume the person assigned to him, though, was taken from another student or another important role, because there was no one who was specifically hired for my son's para position. I am concerned we robbed Peter to pay Paul. However, I do want to thank the district SPED team for helping to correct the issue for my son, and I wish them luck preparing for the next school year. I'm very aware and want to publicly acknowledge that there was an attempt to try to fill this position back in January and February. I want to publicly acknowledge that the staff at DCC High School fought hard to get my son the appropriate resources, and they made sure they had plans B and C in place to help him. But let's also acknowledge what the staff at DCC did not have control over. They do not directly manage job postings, nor the details of those requisitions. They do not have any control in the advertising of that position, but I appreciate that the district has made several attempts to have job fairs and encourage people to apply. They do not control how and when applications are received, nor how long it takes to verify if the applicant is even qualified for the position. The different school sites rely on the district's effectiveness to post jobs and recruit. It's been tough over the last couple of years. The whole pandemic has exhausted people on so many levels in so many different areas. However, the issues you are hearing about at these recent BOE meetings have existed long before the pandemic. The pandemic just amplified it. The loss of staff during the pandemic also exacerbated issues in such a way that there was not continuity of care. It's also important that the community offer the new staff a bit of patience and grace to get up to speed for their caseloads. So how can we, as parents, community staff, district level personnel, and BOE members help affect change so that we limit the gaps in care for these special kiddos? In my humble opinion, the only way to do that is to pursue the strategic planning committee, and that it will work to conduct an internal review of the SPED policies and procedures implemented to meet CDE and IDEA guidelines. The internal review needs to look at every aspect of how this district handles these things from the top down. All the parents you hear from tonight want to feel like we are partners in the solution-oriented goals. We all need to feel heard, and not brushed off as panicky, emotional parents. Your staff also needs to feel supported. I also highly recommend looking at your training. Where is the mandatory reporter training? Where is the training for those who are working with autistic children? At a minimum, they should be required to have some kind of basic training.
Next is Lisa Underwood.
That's me. I'm reading on behalf of somebody. Was it clear that I signed up that way? Okay.
I don't think that's appropriate. No offense, but you've already spoken.
It's not my letter.
I understand that.
It's the employee's
Board,
letter.
do
Can
we have an
somebody else?
opinion about this? We've never allowed somebody to speak twice. I don't think I want to go there.
No.
When? Not two separate. No. No.
Is there anybody here who is not signed up? This is from a staff member.
You know, no, I'm sorry. The sign up, it closes at 4. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm not trying to choose sides. Who was? Oh. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Let's proceed. Thank you.
Yeah, do you want Shelley or do you want me?
Thank you. I'm Shelley Augustine. I'm actually an advocate in this community as well, so I'm happy to speak and read this for a staff member. Okay. Dear board, thank you for taking the time to listen to the concerns of our community. There are so many things that I have heard listening to board meetings and working in the district that are some major concerns that I see with the special education department. I am not a parent of a special education child, but I am the aunt of one, and I am a staff member of this district. In the school that I work, I have seen some things that I would not some things that I would not find acceptable for children. I understand the shortage of paras in the district, but there are children who are left without a para that should not be. There are paras working with kids who need a 2-to-1 setup, and they are 1-to-1, leaving the paras in a position where they should have where something could go wrong. They would not have the support they need to help the child or themselves. There are students who need educational or physical support and don't have it because of understaffing. Our district is all site-based, but there are many important trainings and procedures that should not be. When it comes to these children, there should be a universal plan in place to help not only the students, but the staff as well. The paras in our building are unsure of things sometimes when it comes to our students. And when they ask for direction or training or how to handle a situation, they are told we will have to ask district or it's not a priority right now. This is not okay. They should have training in all the disability areas in their programs. Should a student have seizures and need meds, they should know how to handle that. Should they have trauma, these staff members should be able to handle that as well. There are so many things in the program that they are not trained on that I'm sorry, that's a confusing sentence. We have had a situation in our school where they were trying to move 2 of our paras to another school. I can tell you that that would have been a horrible decision, as we can barely cover all of our SSN children without sacrifices being made, like students without paras or getting 1 for specials. Sacrifices that children lose from, sacrifices that do not help these children to succeed. We have seen not just 1 SSN child, but our resource kids get the short end of the stick. Luckily, our admin has fought to keep them and change their status from rover paras to our special school, to our specific school. There needs to be a revamp here, and it starts here with the board. It starts by you all taking the time to listen to the parents and staff and helping build a bridge between the two and having a conversation on how to rectify the problem in this district. I have a nephew who recently was told he would need an IEP, and when my sister was asking about the district, I couldn't have been quicker to tell her maybe look somewhere else.
Next is Catherine Zukas.
So my name is Catherine Chukas. I am a resident of the district, a homeowner in the district, a parent of 2 children who go to school in the district currently, and I'm background checked for a volunteer in the district. I don't really have, in this season in my neighborhood, things are going on, but it's not really about the bears right now, but it's about sidewalk construction. So I live in a very narrow street and there's 3 buses that go up and down. So it's going to be a tough end of the year for those kids there, but I'll get new sidewalks. Anyway, I was going to talk about the proposed change to limit comments to 2 minutes. I'm hoping the board will speak more about the rationale for this and also think about other actions to take in line with what your rationale is. I'm not sure if the rationale is to increase access or to decrease access. If it's about increasing access, that's great. It's allowing more speakers in a timely manner. It's encouraging more perspectives from those who aren't as comfortable perhaps speaking for 3 minutes. And I encourage you to do these things to increase access in other ways as well. First, you should probably do a good job of notifying more students about the opportunity to speak. You all get very positive comments when students come up here and speak. I also would think about creating a better experience for those of us with work in childcare responsibilities at 6 o'clock. The thing to think about is chairs in the lobby. There can be things to think about making the Wi-Fi code more accessible to all of us. Thinking about moving the link to listen to the meeting if we're out in the lobby or out in our car, more accessible on a mobile device. It's really hard to navigate to the calendar, to click on the link, to launch the Teams. It's challenging. I also could think about, maybe doing some childcare swaps over at the library, because the library will be open late for those of us who have children who can't sit in the room with us. Maybe we can bring food trucks over here, like all sorts of things to increase access, okay? And then if we're thinking it's about decreasing access, maybe you don't want to hear a lot of details orally. That's totally fine. This is a lot of information. Maybe you don't want to see some of our faces. Totally fine too. Or maybe you're concerned about your own personal safety. But there's other actions to take to keep this focused on those who are connected to this organization, connected to this community. First, verify your list of speakers so you know if they have a close connection to the organization or not. Think about it. Every parent has had to share confidential information with the registrar, like a bill of sale, a lease, a birth certificate. You've seen this. You have a pre-approved list. You have children. You know if a child signs up, they have an ID if they're in a middle school or high school, or you can look them up at Infinite Campus. Every volunteer and every employee has a background check. So, and again, so those are the things to think about. And maybe we just use Raptor. Again, we use Raptor in every other building here in the district. Let's use Raptor as well. Because if it's, that's the things to think about is if if you're not willing to attest to your connection to this organization and this community, then why are you here? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Erin Stevens.
Okay. I'm a steadfast volunteer because who needs money anyway? Just kidding. It's because I am privileged enough to be able to dedicate my time to things that are meaningful to me and to my family. Because of this, I spend a lot of time in our schools. I also have time to connect with parents in our district. Here are some of what I've seen. We have fabulous schools. They are filled with people who truly care about our kids. We have so many clubs, sports, and activities for our students to participate in. Encompass Heights Elementary had a STEM fair in which every single 4th and 5th grader participated. Paige Krause, the STEM teacher, made sure that no kids had any barriers to their participation, be it financial or lack of parental assistance. School in the Woods welcomes all kids exactly as they are and embraces the naturalist in each and every one of us. John Worth has made it his mission to create good citizens of the world and kind humans. Chinook Trail Middle School has just hired Jennifer Richardson as a new AP. She was a dedicated and fun science teacher turned administrator, and she leads student council, is involved in the SAC, the PTSA, and it is beyond apparent that she is exactly who we need in our kids' lives. Pine Creek just had Acoustic Cafe, where students could sign up to play an instrument or just sing while their friends cheered them on. This was going on at the same time as multiple sports and the freshman intro to college talk led by Stephanie Cornelio. You could tell that she looks out for all students and meets them where they are. She doesn't want any barriers standing in their way and is just as excited for a kid going to Harvard as she is one going to community college or no college at all. Our plan was to move after our oldest graduated from high school in 3 years. Recently, we've talked about staying 4 extra years and letting our youngest graduate from here as well. My caveat is always, as long as our board doesn't really mess things up and steer our district in the wrong direction. Any talk of book bans, religion creeping into schools, even in the form of abstinence-only sex education, the false notion that any discussion of race is CRT, or the belief that social emotional learning is bad points us in the wrong direction. Just look at District 49. I know that ASD 20 still has things to work on. I know that not everyone feels heard or like they belong in our community or are even represented. It breaks my heart to hear some of their stories, and I have vowed to try and change some of those things. We know that teachers aren't paid nearly enough. SPED could use some help, and parents going off on social media about things they don't understand isn't ideal. But the thing is, good things are happening every day. Please listen to the parents and students who want our district to lead others into the future and not go down the road of the past. Don't buy into the false outrage of the day and rather vow to work together to create a more open and accepting district where students are prepared to go out into the world on their own. They don't need to be sheltered, they need to be seen. I promise to help in any way that I can, and you don't even have to pay me. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Mattis.
Good evening. I am a D20 taxpayer and I have 3 children in D20 public schools. My theme today is intent. What is your intent? I'm disappointed to hear the proposal to reduce public comments to 2 minutes. A sheet of this size and a 12 font takes about 3 minutes to read. That's a proper essay and not an unreasonable amount of time. As you know, most speakers reach that 3-minute mark, and I hope this remains. Even though I may not agree with everyone who stands at this podium, I respect when all stakeholders are given this time to share our thoughts with the board. Mr. Lavalley and Mr. Temby, when you wrote this proposal, what was your intent? Are you trying to silence stakeholders? Or maybe your intent is just to help all of us get to bed early on a Thursday night. I appreciate each of your updates when you speak, and I want to hear the positive things happening in our district. I challenge you to keep your board member messages to 3 minutes, even 2 minutes, just to challenge yourself and understand what this means for your constituents. My next topic is in regards to tonight's board quote. I'm curious to know the intent behind choosing it. Was the point to poke the bear because you know citing Ayn Rand is divisive? Are board members trying to find quotes to undermine your constituents? Once again, some members of the board have lost sight of their role to bring the community together and work for the best interest of all students and staff. Maybe it's time to remove even having a quote if the original intent seems to have gotten lost. Speaking of divisive, I see that Aaron's name is still listed on the Hold the Line event. I also read that, Aaron, in your bio that you have a degree in social work. I know that most of us, many adults, don't work in a field corresponding to their degree, but the knowledge we have filters into our adult lives and careers. I will assume you were taught the Social Work Code of Ethics. 4.02 states, social workers should not practice, condone, facilitate, or collaborate with any form of discrimination on the basis of race, ethnicity, national origin, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, age, marital status, political belief, religion, immigration status, or mental or physical ability. Section 4.04 states, social workers should not participate in, condone, or be associated with dishonesty, fraud, or deception. There are more, but I will leave it those two. On the CASB site, I found the Board of Education Code of Ethics. 2 of them are avoid being placed in a position of conflict of interest and take no private action that will compromise the board or administration and respect the confidentiality of information that is privileged under applicable law. I'm not sure what your intent is for attending this event, but attending the Hold the Line event goes against both Code of Ethics for which you have been trained. As I requested at the last meeting, please step down for participating in this event. Thank you for 3 minutes.
Our next speaker is Tim Hoffman. There's no Tim Hoffman. Our next speaker is Michael O'Hare.
Good evening. Let's pray if you like. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Our next speaker is Claire Spiller.
Hi, my name is Claire Spiller. I am in 2nd grade in Lemon Roberts Elementary School. I want to tell you all about my school. All the teachers are nice, amazing, and always take care of our kids, and they are fun. My teacher is Miss Moore. She helps me read and does fun activities with us. Every day she is with me when I am stuck on a problem. My principal is Mr. Hanson. He gives us a high five when we are in the halls. Our school counselor is Mrs. Emice. She helps people with their actions. We love all the teachers there and are the many kids to play with and love. I love my school so much. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah Spiller.
Hard to follow that. Good evening, board. My name is Sarah Spiller. I am a resident and taxpayer in D20, parent of 3 children who attend Woodman Roberts in D20, an employee in D20. I am here to express concerns I have in regards to the discretionary school budget funds. My children attend Woodman Roberts, which is a school built over 30 years ago. Much of the school is original, including but not limited to the flooring, bathrooms, and classroom furniture. When you walk inside, you will find freshly painted walls thanks to our amazing PTO and community who provided the funding for that project. However, you will also find broken floor tiles, warped baseboards, malfunctioning toilets, broken sinks and windows, and cracked bookshelves. These wear and tear costs come directly out of the school discretionary budget, which for elementary is $156 per pupil across the district. These wear and tear issues are related to just that, age and use. Woodman Roberts has to take special consideration in saving for these repairs. Our money is spent on building upkeep, forget upgrades. Additional exterior repairs and needs at Woodman Roberts include but are not limited to the fence around the field, which is essentially a dirt and rock-filled patch of earth, and the lack of a ramp from the Kiss and Go parking lot to the building. I have emailed the board pictures of some of these much-needed repairs. In comparison, brand new schools or newer schools do not have these wear and tear or building costs. Brand new or newer schools do not need to budget large amounts of money towards repairs. Rather, money can be spent towards enrichment and experiences for their students. Said newer schools offer better equipment, better seating, better desks, computer labs, microphone systems for students, etc. For example, Encompass Heights spends $0 on school building maintenance just because it's a brand new school, yet they receive the same $156 per pupil budget. They can use those funds better to enhance their student learning opportunities. I provided you Woodman Roberts as it's our home school. However, as an employee that travels in and out of 7 district schools on a weekly basis, I see the inequality across the district within our school buildings. So my questions for you are, how can we better look at the minimum standards for improvements in our older school buildings? These standards allow for equality across and for opportunities to all of our schools. Can we bring some of the technology and equipment to older schools when the new ones are built? Can we change the formula for the discretionary budget to allow older schools more of these upgrades? Is it possible for It's impossible for older schools to compete given school choice when newer schools offer shiny new buildings with more of everything. Why should older schools have to utilize their entire discretionary budget on wear and tear and not be able to provide extra opportunities and programs for their students? Again, I've emailed the board with some of these pictures. I encourage you to look them over.
Our next speaker is Michael Maldonado. No, Michael. Okay. Next is Kara Marshall.
Hello. I am a parent of D20 students, 3 of them to be exact. I had one graduate in 2020 in the realm of it all. I have another that's graduating this year and one that will graduate next year. I just wanted to share some of the experiences that I've come across in the last few years with District 20. And I wanted to share a couple stats because I work in domestic violence, and although I am not here as a representative of that, I am here as a mother. I wanted to share some information that I feel could be impactful to you. And that is that 1 in 5 women will be assaulted between the ages of 18 and 24, and that's whether or not they attend college. 26% of the victims are women, and the other 23% are transgendered or just gender nonconforming. And the reason why I'm bringing this up at a school board meeting is because I feel that we have a culture issue in District 20. And that culture issue, well, let's start with belly buttons. I have ADD, so this is going to be a wild ride. But belly buttons, okay? So I know a girl, and she was written up for exposing her belly button. And not only that, but she was threatened by a white male administrator, and she was followed through the campus to make sure she didn't unzip her jacket. And my question is, what about our boys? Where is the accountability? We came out of a pandemic, but these problems were all there before the pandemic even began or even was thought of. And so what about the boys? Why is it that my son can go to school in a crop top and booty shorts? He's not threatened by any administrator. I just want to ask these questions because it's time for white, specifically men in power, to start speaking out against some of these systems like education, and you are responsible because 18-year-olds leave your schools and then they go off, and I hope that your children are not one in those 5. 80% of assaults that happen in college are unreported. Just some numbers to think about.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Kent.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Kent. I am a D20 resident and a parent of 3 D20 students.
Ms. Kent, just speak. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry. One of my children has an IEP and receives special education services. Another has a 504 plan. Tonight I'm coming to you for reassurance. At many of the past meetings, I've heard speakers say they voted for you and are watching how you vote and act as school board members. Today, I ask you for reassurance that you are acting on behalf of all ASD 20 students and staff, acting on behalf of students and staff who are unlike you and your families, listening to those students, their guardians, and staff. When I ask for reassurance, I am asking for more than words. I am asking for your actions to show you are working for the good of all students and staff. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Laura Matisik.
Good evening. I'm beginning to wonder if most of this board cares about anything besides self-serving ideologies. Just look at the quote chosen tonight. If you know, you know. 3 out of the 5 of you have shown us nothing but constant whistling to your conservative base of supporters, many of whom do not have children in our public schools. You've ignored the needs of teachers and staff, resulting in mass vacancies and shortages. You've ignored our special needs children and violations committed against them at school. You've ignored parents raising concerns that you are crossing the line, separating church from state. You've ignored the pleas for inclusiveness and respect for our LGBTQ+ youth, which as of 2019, approximately 20% of students in Colorado identify with. You've ignored that teaching accurate and real history is needed to ensure representation. You've ignored questions on why the current sexual education curriculum is in violation of state statute HB 19-1032 for comprehensive and inclusive sexual education. You've ignored what DEI means and allowed your base to fearmonger it as CRT taught in school, which it is not. You've ignored why SEL is needed to help deal with bullying, suicide, and other mental health issues that students face. You've ignored the basic principles of what it means to be a board member while wearing that name tag. We won't be ignored. We will persist and remain determined to ensure you do your jobs. We won't be ignored. We will hold you accountable each and every time you cross a boundary. We won't be ignored. We will unapologetically advocate for all families in D20. We won't be ignored. We will show up and speak up every time you try to quietly pass a bigoted policy such as EL 2.1, which was a medical policy disguised as medical interventions at school, but was really a anti-LGBTQ+ policy that would put children at risk for parents who do not support them. We won't be ignored. We will be heard, taken seriously, and represented by all board members. We won't be ignored. We are fighting for our kids' future, which depends on us working together. We won't be ignored. We will stand with all marginalized communities in this district. We won't be ignored and won't feel bad when we come here with these hard truths. We will not be ignored, and we will recall you if you are not doing your job, Have friends run for office and talk to anyone that will listen. I'll leave you with this quote from someone my 10-year-old chose to do a research project on. Rachel Noel was a Black activist that helped desegregate schools in Denver. In 1965, Rachel ran and was elected to the Denver Board of Education and was the first Black person on the Denver Board of Education and the first Black woman to hold public office anywhere in the state of Colorado. She warned, and I quote, "If we let the bigots have their way, Denver will move toward an apartheid society," end quote. Just some food for thought. Choose your quotes wisely because we will be holding you accountable. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rob Rogers.
Board members, I'm Rob Rogers, a D20 resident and parent of 2 D20 students. I swear to all that is sacred that I don't look for things to complain about. I wish that board meetings and actions were just routine and boring, but I don't see the board responding to very many of the legitimate concerns raised by parents and staff, and I just keep finding new things to be concerned about. District is already bleeding teachers, and teachers are reporting that their schedules aren't reflecting the promised class size reductions and increased class availability the 6x8 schedule was supposed to bring to the table. Was anything being done to address this? The parents of special needs students reported very specific details about serious problems 2 weeks ago and tonight, including IEP violations and the unavailability of required paraprofessional support. Is anything being done to address this yet? So I reviewed tonight's agenda looking for any kind of visible actions on the part of the board or the administration, and instead see a quote from Ayn Rand of all people. If Ayn Rand is considered to be quotable source material for a public school forum, and maybe we just discovered one of the roots of the continuing issues. See, Ms. Rand considered altruism to be evil and immoral, and she had a particular disdain for the poor and the less fortunate. In 1981, she was talking with Phil Donahue and said, and I apologize for the offensive language, "The newest proposals of having special millions spent on subnormal children and on the handicapped. It's the attempt to bring everyone to the level of the handicapped. It includes the mentally retarded, subnormal children who are not able to learn. So at the end of spending thousands or millions of taxpayer dollars, you're left with a half idiot who may learn to read and write." She also considered indigenous Americans and Arabs to be savages that deserved to be subjugated by those she considered to be civilized. She believed that the elderly should be allowed to just die with limited interventions because of the burden they place on taxpayers and the wealthy. The fact that Ayn Rand is being referenced for any purpose by board members does offer some explanation for past actions and controversies. The overwhelming and uninformed emphasis that had been placed on so-called parental rights, as an example, the railing against efforts to respect diversity, create equitable learning environments, and ensure that all staff and students feel included. A couple of examples. Might I suggest that board members find a different reference, one that's more reflective of their duties to manage an educational system intended to benefit the public good? Winston Churchill said, "What is the use of living if it be not to strive for noble causes and to make this muddled world a better place for those who will live in it after we're gone?" Now that sentiment is much more reflective of the approach I would expect public servants to take. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Edward Waldrop.
Hello, my name is Dr. Eddie Waldrop. All my comments today are my own and not reflective of any institution. I'm a D20 resident. I'm also a parent. My daughter goes to Mountain Ridge Middle School, and I was glad to see Miss Roth. I was kind of lucky to see that today. She's a wonderful teacher. I'm really glad to hear about her first election, so thank you all for that. One of the things I wanted to talk about today is, well, I hear the last time I came up here and spoke, I provided examples of CRT actually in our school that's being kind of put out. I expressed some of my concerns about that. I actually read some of the literature, kind of their own perspective, the goals of CRT. So it's a little disconcerting to hear that kind of continue. But what I wanted to talk about today, just briefly, was one is to thank you all, the school board members, for your dedication to helping out our community. Really trying to help out the teachers as well. I was really pleased to hear about the ability to try to help them with their insurance. That's definitely not a small task, so I want to thank you for that. But I am continuing to be concerned about DEI moving into any aspect of our school system. So DEI is basically the underlying ideology is the idea that any inequities that can be observed are because of some kind of bias or discrimination. This is just empirically not supported. It's really trying to superimpose things onto this perspective. It also highlights group identity over the individuals. So in that sense, the individual doesn't matter as much as a group. That's just another new form of some kind of bigotry. If you do this for race, you're kind of putting someone's group identity over the individual. If you do it for their sex or sexuality or anything else, you're just superimposing a group over who they are. So I'd like to hope to encourage everyone to continue to focus on the individual as sovereign and worthy of dignity, to continue to increase opportunity. So we have equality of opportunity instead of trying to superimpose kind of equity as far as group or some kind of label, or what they used to call in the civil rights movement back in the 60s, tokenism. So I'd just like to hopefully encourage us to continue to move through those things, to be aware of some of the more pernicious forms of DEI, how it shows up, so that way we can hopefully be more mindful of the pro-human elements of it. So I'll try to finish with a quote. This is from Thomas Sowell. America's great good fortune has been that Americans have been able to unite as Americans against every enemy. It has not been our diversity, but our ability to overcome the problems inherent in diversity and to act together as Americans. That has been our strength. So thank you for your time and your consideration. Have a good day.
Next is Emily Vaughn.
Hello, I'm Emily. I have 2 kids in the school district. $500. $500 is the campaign contribution Dave Schultheis, founder of Braille, gave each board member elected in 2021. $500 to Mrs. Cons in exchange for a cameo to support Christian-based Board of Education training. $500 to Mr. LaValle in exchange for leadership silence regarding D20 director participation at churches known for politically divisive rhetoric. And $500 to Mr. Salt in exchange for Christian quotes at board meetings. A quick database search of former Colorado Senator Dave Schultheis will reveal he was considered extreme among his Republican conservative colleagues even in the mid-2000s. And now we have Mr. Salt speaking at a political event held at his church at Chapel Hills. On March 27th, Steve Holt dedicated an entire sermon to the Great Reset, a conservative conspiracy theory pushed by fringe political groups such as the John Birch Society. So why does it matter? Because I have 2 kids who will be spending the next decade in the public education system in D20. They are lively young kids who are still defining who they are as individuals. They will be in classes with children with a multitude of lived experiences. And while I hold academic excellence in high regard, I also value belonging, emotional intelligence, and whole child acknowledgement. You see, we are currently in the month of Ramadan, observed by Muslims as a month of fasting, and my spouse is currently fasting from sunrise to sunset while ensuring that our nation remains safe from foreign adversaries. He was not an American born, and by Dave Schultheis's definition, my family could be considered a family utilizing the socialist public education system, who then proceed to higher education to then take over the 7 spheres of influence, or as we'd like to call them, the 7 M's. Steve Holt stated on March 27th, "Don't listen to anything Islam. Islam isn't growing fast. Islam is only growing fast because of procreation." And this is where Mr. Salt will be representing D20 in his director role on May 21st. So not every family in D20 fits the box of Caucasian, American-born, Christian, and conservative. And as a parent in this district, I condone Mrs. Khan's affiliation with an organization founded on divisive bigotry. I condone Mr. Salt representing D20 at an event with speakers known for pushing conspiracy theories and Christianity with fascist undertones. And I condone board president Mr. LaValle for being complacent even after concerns have been brought to the board's attention by parents in the district. And I remind you all again that the seats you occupy are nonpartisan. You represent all families, even those who do not hold your religious and political ideologies. And lastly, thank you to the board members who who maintain the integrity of your roles. Thank you for the voice of reasoning and your compassion. And thank you for the teachers and faculty of D20 for continuing to create a safe space for my children. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bernadette Guthrie.
Good evening, board. I am the parent of 2 elementary school children who attend D20 public schools, have owned multiple properties in the district, and in fact, just yesterday, wrote a check for nearly $4,000 to the El Paso County Treasurer's Office. First, I want to say congratulations to the new administrators. Thank you for changing the order of the meeting and allowing for the recognition of the new administrators to go prior to public comment. These administrators commit so much time to our district and our students, and prioritizing their recognition shows our appreciation and respect for their time. On the subject of public comment, I want to address the discussion that is scheduled to take place later tonight regarding shortening public comments. I respect the time of each and every one of you in your volunteer roles and agree that your time should be protected. That being said, I would ask that you would consider other avenues to accomplish this. There's no reason why someone that has no association with D20 to be allowed time at this podium. Teachers, students, and parents of D20 public schools should take priority at the podium and in this boardroom. Refusing to consider this and going straight to reduction of allotted time shows your lack of respect and willingness to hear those who actually have skin in this game. The only possible reason why you would continue to allow this to be a speaker free-for-all is if you felt like it would somehow benefit you individually in some way, as it doesn't benefit the students or educators in any way. No educated person in this community takes the comments of non-parent speakers seriously. It's a waste of everyone's time and demoralizing to our educators that non-parents and non-residents continue to speak at this podium without stepping foot in a classroom or knowing anything about the true curriculum. Please change the comment sign up to include verification of residency in D20 for attendance. Prioritize the list in order of students, staff, parents, and then non-parent residents if there is time. Lastly, and I added this just a minute ago, in addition to having the responsibility to listen to the public, you also have the responsibility to keep these meetings a safe place for those who choose to attend, free from harassment and intimidation. I encourage you to debrief this evening with the security team to hear how you are feeling in this particular responsibility. Thank you.
Next is Laura Furia.
Good evening, board. Tonight I bring you some good news. I'm here to fill you in on all that has been happening since the engineering firm of Sanderson Stewart completed their traffic study at Rampart High School. A plan has been agreed upon in which staff, students, and parents will all have their own separate lots for parking. Some of the entrances will be blocked off and/or changed to accommodate new traffic patterns. There will be new signage, more speed bumps, and possibly some changed marking of spaces, etc. All of the changes will improve the safety and flow of traffic at the school. After requesting quotes from 2 firms to do the next steps of civil engineering, detailed design, and permitting work, Sanderson Stewart was hired to continue on. They are currently working with the city on permits and design review, including the impacts on stormwater, fire access, etc. There may still be some minor design changes to be made in order to finalize the scope of the construction work, which can hopefully be completed over the summer before fall classes start. Some of the planned work involves changes to curbing along Lexington Drive, which will be dependent on the city's maintenance schedule. In addition, Brett Smith is looking into details of a proposed development of apartments on property between the school and Covenant Presbyterian Church, which is that one that sits on the corner of Lexington and Parliament, to see how this could impact traffic around the school. And after this update, I just want to say to everyone here listening everywhere, in whatever capacity possible, I'd like to encourage you to encourage all others to practice safe driving habits. Slow down. Give yourself 1 extra minute to get where you're going. Follow each school's parking, drop-off, and pickup rules. These rules are in place for a reason, to keep your kids and everyone else safe. No one is entitled to break the rules just because they are late and frustrated. or they just feel like it. Kids continue to be hurt in school parking lots, on side streets near schools, or trying to make it to their school bus. And we all have the ability to do our part in keeping our kids safe. Thank you.
Our final speaker this evening is Brian Moody. Nope. Okay. Then actually Laura was our final speaker.
Okie dokie. Thank you all. We have board comments. Ms. Cons.
Thank you, Mr. LaValle. So it has been a busy couple weeks. Luckily, I had most of last week off, so I was able to gladly visit a lot of my schools. As I mentioned, last meeting, I was about to go to Academy Endeavor and do the health jam. So that was Friday, almost 2 weeks ago. About 3 straight hours of yoga with the kinder and first graders, and I was sore all weekend long. But I worried for nothing with 40 minutes per class because they were super engaged, and like we've already heard some little comments, and any teacher will tell you when you get just one child excited for participating with what you have to offer. And there was one little girl, I don't even think I did like a namaste or anything, but one little girl walked out of class like she was in bliss. She was walking out like this. She said, I want to do that every day. And so it was awesome to be there. I got to visit at Prairie Hills, and Mrs. Harris is amazing. And I've been telling everyone about all she does. She's still here. And I was going to say that anyway, it's in my notes, even if you weren't here. But in 5 years since she took over the principalship there, her school was ranked 5 years ago 18th out of 19th. And then this year they are tied for first in growth, 5 years. So we are indeed doing amazing things in D20, and I love to see that and get to experience that, and I hope you all feel the same way too. Let's see. Oh, and also, if I can say this, for her assistant principalship that is open for next year, 48 applicants. So, you know, D20 is still the place to be. We're all proud to be a part of it. So makes me proud. At Woodman Roberts Elementary School, I got to go for their readathon. A lot of our schools were doing the reading week and got to read to 3 classes. It was fun to pull out books from my kids' younger years and get to share those. And I am super proud of them for surpassing their $12,000 goal for their readathon. So they did that. I went, let's see, back to Woodman Roberts this morning. It's been a long day. I'm getting days confused. The 4th graders did a wax museum. So let me find, they wouldn't let me in one classroom without my ticket. So I kept it just in case I had to get into other classrooms. But the kids dress up like Colorado historical figures and give their little presentation. And I learned about so many cool people. And all of these kids are going to visit museums and places in Colorado with their families. You could tell the whole families were so excited to just enrich this knowledge of all these people they learned about. So really awesome there. At Ranch Creek Elementary this afternoon, the 5th grade had an exhibition. So they're an IB school. So it's the culmination of their IB program. And they did projects on inflation, poverty, pollution, endangered animals. And I mean, as you all probably know, you really get to learn stuff when you go experience these presentations at the school. So it was fantastic. Guys and Dolls, it's musical season's almost done, but Guys and Dolls is this weekend at Rampart. If you want to go, I'll be there tomorrow. I think maybe a few of us are. So please enjoy our talented high schoolers. We just elected a new DAC, District Accountability Parent Chair, on Tuesday. So congratulations to Shannon and all of you who are such involved people anyway. Please get the word out to other parents and community members at your schools to get involved in your school accountability committees and your DAC, because we really obviously all have a passion and we need everyone's voices to be heard. So please do that. And I believe that is it. Oh, I want to say to Claire Spiller. So Mr. Hansen is amazing. So I'm sure he was a little worried when this happened, but I got trapped in one of the 4th grade classrooms because the toilet did explode, and Mr. Hansen was the first one, Principal Hansen, out there mopping up the toilet. So good job to him. But to your point about what we're looking at. So thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Ms. Cons. Mr. Salt.
Thank you. So I just want to say that right before our meeting tonight, we were able to honor many employees from across the district who had spent 25 and 30 years in the district. And Ms. Cortez did a wonderful job reminding everyone of how ridiculous the 90s were. In honor of our staff members hitting those milestones. So I want to thank you and the district for putting that on. It was great to be able to honor the people in our community who have dedicated so much of their life and their time to serving our students. With that, it is musical season. I was able to get out to Liberties. They did Mary Poppins, and Pine Creek did Sound of Music. Little known fact, Sound of Music is one of my favorite movies, so I was really excited to be able to go and see that. They did a phenomenal job. Miss Matson's daughter was in there, and she was wonderful in there as well. So hats off. Also, another little known fact is I used to play in a community orchestra. I was a trumpet player. And so going to these productions and being able to hear the live bands play was a lot of fun, hearing the students get in there and do the music accompaniment to the musical. So I thought my wife suffered, but I was having the time of my life. So fantastic job to them. I'm going to miss Guys and Dolls. I'm disappointed, but my schedule didn't allow me to go. But I did make it out with Mr. LaValle and Ms. Cloninger to that one. To DCC and Air Academy High School celebrations that they had. They had their senior high school days down at the Antlers, and so it was fun to be able to celebrate with their graduating classes and see phenomenal talents from our student bodies, whether it was through speech or song. They did an amazing job, and I was really, really excited to be able to celebrate with them. So thank you.
Colonel Sullivan.
Thanks, sir. Just have 3 congratulations to offer. First to Claire. Awesome. I am encouraged to be able to stand up in front of this group and speak and to do it so well. Congratulations, kiddo, and just wish you the best for the rest of the school year and the rest of your school time. Great job, Mom, as well. Also to the new administrators that were recognized today, just seeing their enthusiasm for the new positions, it is infectious and great to see. And then for all the annual award winners for the District 20 staff, Ms. Cloninger invited me to one yesterday, and just seeing the humility of the recipient and the excitement of his teammates, whether on the staff as well as the students that came out to make that special, it was really neat to see and really honored to be a part of it. So thank you very much.
Thanks. Ms. Cloninger.
I brought show and tell. I know that's shocking, but I just brought a couple of pictures, and everybody's already talked about what I wanted to talk about, so I'll just say my two cents about this. Yeah, you can throw my pictures on there. This is the, well, 2 of our, a nun and our Gretel are in the front, and the rest are all spectators at Sound of Music. It was fantastic. Saffron and Megan are the 2 in the front, and you can go to the next one. Miss Matson's daughter is right there in the front, the cute little nun, Berta, the feisty one, and Uncle Max and Maria, who has an impeccable voice. Actually, all 3 of them do. I'll tell you that. It was brilliant production. And I'm just going to say, just keep rolling through these. This was at the Air Academy capping ceremony. Sorry, I was trying to find my words. I have never been to a capping ceremony because Will Temby and I got on this board, and then 4 months later, there was this giant pandemic that took everything away from our experience of being board members. So over the past couple of years, I've been asked many times, how do you like being on the board? And I'm like, I don't know yet, but I'm still figuring it out. But this has been wonderful to be back in person. We have Austina Lee in front of me. I'm just going to just say it was phenomenal, the music that she brings to the school with Air Academy. And this gal right here, this is her ceramics teacher. Her name is Izzy Sorensen, and she did this clay pot here. It's called Chestnut Vase, and she had several out for sale. So that's sitting on my table with Easter tulips in it, which I thought was lovely. And Johnny O, her ceramics teacher, phenomenal. Anyway, it was a great day. Next. I'm really close to done. I don't know anything about lacrosse. I am a total novice, so this was my first game. It was Pine Creek and Rampart, which was really cool. And I thought it would be a lot more like soccer. I was told it's a lot more like basketball. So I don't know. I'm still learning the rules, but this was the Pine Creek team showing off their cool goggles. They didn't want to be taken picture of. And then lastly, I went to Mary Poppins at Liberty. This was one of the cute little Janes of the girls that were playing the kiddos. And then the next two pictures are of Mary Poppins herself and Bert, who most of our board members, you'll recognize him as the Liberty guy that was with Miss Pollin's class that came around to the board forums and was the interviewer. He had the cast on his leg. He's a great performer. So anyway, those are my show and tell. I have been so excited to go back and have this season, like I said. I wanted to also say thank you, Claire. I love it when you speak and draw me pictures, and it's very sweet. I also appreciated Allison and her team for the service awards that we just came from. And also, I am headed to Guys and Dolls. I'm going to finish it out strong with a performance tomorrow at Rampart High School. And as a board member, and I know I've taken way past my 2 minutes, but as a board member, and we'll talk about that later, I had a lot to do with that too. So anyway, we'll talk about that later. But as a board member, I wanted to say I appreciate the right to freedom of speech. However, I want to say to my non-Christian and Christian friends alike that were uncomfortable with a prayer being said here in this room, that I personally think this is not where we do that, because if you're asking us to keep politics and religion out of our dais, it's hard to accept it from the podium. So I just wanted to say, I know it's personal opinions, but I'm not a fan.
Thank you, Ms. Cloninger. And I have to say, I can't see Claire, but she did great. Yeah, you did great. I have a Claire as well, although she's 27 years old, a little older, but you did good on you. I do have a number of little things I do want to cover. The district has provided an excellent pamphlet called College and Career Services Parent and Student Program Guide. If I had a middle or high school student, I would want to get a copy. Lots of information about concurrent enrollment, which is, most of you may know, college credit while still in high school, CTE, and other programs. There's lots of details from all our high schools. I was told that a large number of these were dropped off at each middle school and each high school. It is also online. I confess it was a little hard for me to find. I had to search for College and Career Services, and it was at the very bottom, but it is there. So parents of middle school and high school kids, it's an excellent product, and I'm glad we produced that. I attended a CASB board presidents meeting today that dealt with strategic planning. It's always good to hear from other board presidents across the state. We had some Durango, Telluride, and all points in between. I too attended The Sound of Music at Pine Creek, and Mr. Salt, we have a lot in common. That is about my favorite movie as well. I love that movie, and the play they just did a great job. It was wonderful. It was appropriate for all ages, and I so appreciate that. There were a lot of little kids there. There was no edgy stuff. There was no sexual stuff. It was just great, and I really appreciate it. And don't tell the Freedom from Religion Foundation this, but there were nuns, as you heard, and they even used that G word, that 3-letter G word. So I didn't see anybody fainting, so that was good. I also attended Mary Poppins at Liberty High School, and I thought it was excellent as well. And it was also rated G. I so appreciate our theater programs presenting material like that. And I'm looking forward to Guys and Dolls as well. That's coming up. I'm going Saturday night. That will have been my 5th play in 2 weeks. So it's all good though. I enjoy them. I want to thank the Independence Institute for giving to all board members, I think in the state of Colorado. It's called The Science of Reading. It was an excellent pamphlet and just nonpartisan, just really good information about how we can help our kiddos read. Since I commented on this at an earlier board meeting, I think it's appropriate to mention this, that at its April monthly meeting, the State Board of Education heard a summary of public feedback on the draft revision recommendations for the social studies standards and initial responses from the committee. The most discussed topic was the Standards Review Committee's recommendation in its draft proposal to remove references to LGBTQ individuals for grades below 4th grade. So that was done. And just a little note, our next board meeting is in 3 weeks. We typically have 2 board meetings. Actually, we don't. We schedule 2 board meetings in May, and we typically cancel the second one because it's like the day after graduations. But we are bumping it 1 week later than the earlier one. So our next board meeting is in 3 weeks on the 12th of May. What's that? And that is the only meeting in May. Thank you. Okay, administrative comments, Mr. Gregory.
Yeah, thank you. I do have a few. First of all, congratulations to the new administrators, and thank you for Mr. Smart and all of the folks involved in those processes. Most of you sitting here have probably not gone through one of those processes. They could be fairly lengthy, so congratulations to all those folks. For the first time in school history, Eagle View Middle School hosted a unified sports soccer game against Chinook Trail Middle School. Just so that everybody knows, unified sports teams are made of students both with and without special needs. That's why it's called a unified team. In 2020, special education teacher Jen Jones advocated for this program, which now is alive and well. This program allows athletes of all abilities to come together on the field to both compete and to have fun. And certainly an example of what we're trying to do to enhance the feeling of belonging in schools, make sure all students feel included. Congratulations to the Air Academy Centurion drill team for taking 2nd place at the Rocky Mountain National Drill Meet. Even though the team is housed at Air Academy and we always refer to it as Air Academy, it's really made of students from all over the school district. So congratulations to all of those cadets. Pine Creek High School Band was named a Best Community for Music Education band by the National Association of Music Merchants. They are one of 40 schools in the country and the only Colorado school to make this list. The band is led by directors Kate Margrave and Stony Black, 2 names that are synonymous with music education in District 20. Last weekend, KRAM, the Rampart High School student-run news production team, took home 1st place, Best in Show for broadcast news at the National Scholastic Press Association. The students' weekly episode from January 12th was considered the best among 10 other finalists. The station's win was announced at the National High School Journalism Conference in Los Angeles. Other Rampart students took home awards, individual awards, for school news coverage on district policies, masking guidelines, and school peer partner programs. So congratulations once again, because this is, I think, more than annual, multi-annual awards that the KRAM team gets from Rampart High School. For the 2nd year in a row, Legacy Peak Elementary School has come in 1st place in the Mountain Region in the Trex, that's like Trex decking for context, the Trex Recycling Challenge for collecting the most plastic bags. The school collected more than 1,700 pounds of plastic bags that will be recycled into building materials. And as a result, Trex will donate a bench, I'm guessing made of Trex material, to the school's playground. Congratulations to the Academy District 20's budget and finance team, led by Miss Allen over here. They received the Association of School Business Officials International's, the Association of School Business Official International Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting Award for the 2021 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. This award represents a significant achievement and reflects the team's commitment to both transparency and high-quality financial reporting. Congratulations to Becky and certainly her team for making financial transparency and accurate reporting a priority in their work. It's very well deserved. And lastly, we call these the Of the Year Awards, or at least that's what I call them. On Tuesday and Wednesday of this week, I was part of a team. I was fortunate to be part of a team who had the honor of visiting schools to surprise and recognize our Of the Year award winners. Lots of happy tears, surprised looks, and celebration took place. So congratulations to Teachers of the Year, Whitney Phillips from Woodman Roberts Elementary School and Sherry Fuller from Mountain Ridge Middle School. What's special about those is, especially at Woodman Roberts, is we walked directly into the classroom and those third graders got to celebrate along with the teachers. So similar thing at Mountain Ridge, although it was in a hallway because the teacher didn't happen to have class at that period. We did it in the hallway with a bunch of students. The team of the year is the District 20 Care Team. The classified person of the year is Jessica Eves from Discovery Canyon Campus Middle School. Administrator of the year, Dan Olson from Air Academy High School, and thank you to Colonel Sullivan for stopping by and help us celebrate. And Volunteer of the year, Melissa Jofrion from Rock Rimmon Elementary School. So congratulations to all those folks and for their outstanding contributions to the District 20 community, not only their schools, but the whole community. And then additionally, there will be two more that I have to keep secret that will be surprised tomorrow with their awards. So thank you, Mr. LaValle. That's all I have. I would say that I don't want to take up time, but the high school plays are amazing. I don't know. There's not another word to use. And I would also say that Steve, the teacher at Liberty, the theater director at Liberty, I think they said there was three musical performances this spring, and I think they had 4 others throughout this year, and every single one of them has been sold out, which is pretty amazing. Granted, this was the first year that the kids were actually able to perform, so it's good to see the community response and selling out those performances is awesome and well deserved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory. Consent agenda. We need a motion to approve the following resolutions. Resolution 18222, approval of matters relating to administrative staff licensed. Resolution 18322, approval of matters relating to licensed staff teachers. Resolution 18422, approval of matters relating to licensed staff license support / special services provider. Resolution 18522, approval of matters relating to classified staff. Resolutions 18622 and 18722, approval of ENDS 1.2 character monitoring report and MRE for the same. Resolutions 18822 and 18922, approval of annual monitoring report for governance process policy 4.14, electronic attendance and participation in school board meetings and MRE for the same. Resolution 190-22, approval of language revision to governance process policy 4.14, electronic attendance and participation in school board meetings. Resolution 191-22, approval of revised 22-23 school calendar and the approval of the Board of Education regular meeting minutes from April 7, 2022.
So moved.
Second. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cloninger?
Aye.
Mrs. Cons?
Aye.
Mr. LaValle?
Aye.
Mr. Salt?
Aye. Congratulations to our new assistant principals. Now, finally, now it is official, and yeah. We do have 33 people listening in remotely. There are no items pulled from the consent agenda, and we are going to take only a 5-minute break right now. Thank you. I never got an, I mean, no, I'm not trying to make an excuse. I didn't know it was going on. Board, we're going to resume. If everybody could please take their seats. No. All right, folks, let's get started. It was about 6. All right. Next up on the agenda is Superintendent Reports, the Challenger Learning Center of Colorado, the annual update. Mr. Gregory.
Yes, Mr. Round, please. Fortunate to have the leader of the Challenger Learning Center with us tonight to tell us, give us, I guess it's the annual update, but give us more information on what goes on out there, the great things that happen out there, and a few other tidbits.
Last year, and I think you were sitting behind me saying, you don't have to hold the button down. You think I would learn, but apparently I have not. Things I remember because I get, being in the classroom for 12 years, I'm super comfortable in front of middle school students. Put me in front of adults and I lose my mind and get way too nervous and hold the button down when I don't need to. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. This is a highlight of every spring. Getting to come and share the great things that we get to do at the Challenger Learning Center every year. And, as I was looking over numbers and things like this, this is going to be 20 years that our Challenger Learning Center has been, I consider us a part of District 20. We're a separate nonprofit, but heavily supported. We wouldn't exist without the support, the generosity of District 20, giving us the amazing space. And so I've been around for almost 10 of those 20 years. Yes.
Ron, just for folks who may not know,
yeah,
where are you located?
Awesome.
That kind of stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I was going to make the formal invitation because between everything over the past few years and new board members, we need to get everyone out to the Challenger Learning Center. We might not be as exciting as High School Musicals or graduations, but we'd love to have you come out at some point. So that's my formal invitation to come and see what we do. I was telling our board last week, we have kids in the building every single day between, from the middle of last week till the end of school. We've been extremely busy, and I'll show some of those numbers. So to answer Mr. Gregory's question, we are located on the Legacy Peak campus out in Wolf Ranch, attached to the Center for Modern Learning. So it's a great spot for us to be right next to an elementary school, to be able to engage them, as well as the Center for Modern Learning with the Journey K-8, the Homeschool Academy, and all of those things. So, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a little bit, but I have nothing but good news to share. We really didn't know what to expect over the past few years as far as We're a field trip for students. The majority of the students that see us come to our center and fly space simulated missions. And so when things stopped in March of 2020, there was a lot of question marks there. And so, I said to the education staff then, like, the first thing we're going to do is make sure that we can take care of teachers and have the resources that they need in all of this remote learning. And then last year, was happy to report to you all, we did run programs last year, not many in person, but a lot of digital programs. And then, my hope was that things could return closer to normal. But as you'll see in just a second, we've well exceeded what was normal for us as far as student engagement. So I'm really excited to share a lot of that. So just some background, because I know we do have some new faces up here and haven't seen the Challenger Learning Center. So we are a nonprofit informal STEM education center. We provide kind of real world scenarios for students to come and practice those 21st century skills that, don't easily get practiced in the classroom. So we fly, our kind of flagship program are our on-site simulator missions, mostly between 5th and 8th grade students. We do engage some high school groups, and we do have some elementary groups that come in as well. I compare it to ropes course without the physical strain. So it's based in science, but the kids come and they have to work together as a team to complete mission objectives. They collect data, they have to analyze that data, to make decisions, to have discussions as a crew, to fly a successful mission. And so that's what we do in person at the center. And what I want to do, I've got the numbers on the screen up there. I'll kind of go through each of those different programs that we do offer. So our simulator missions, like I said, are kind of our sweet spot, our flagship program. That's what's unique to all Challenger Learning Centers that are across the United States. Our on-site Explorer Labs, that second line right there, in moving to our new building in 2019, we were created the ability to engage students for an entire day. So instead of a half-day mission, middle school groups will come for an entire day. They'll fly a mission in the morning. In the afternoon, they'll do some type of engineering design, team building, or STEM activity. And then groups will flip-flop. So the group that started in the Explorer Lab will do a mission in the afternoon. Our e-missions, we've been running e-missions before virtual things were easy to do. We did lose a little bit of our excitement because being on a video screen was no longer exciting after the last couple of years. But what it did was create a level of comfort with our teachers so that they were more inclined to try our digital missions because they were no longer intimidated by the technology. So that's what our digital missions line is. And then we've got a planetarium on site. We have a planetarium that we get to take out to schools as well. During the pandemic, when we didn't see as many students, we took the time to write curriculum for each specific grade level that ties into what we can show in the planetarium. Again, it's a tool that teachers don't have in their classroom. We can teach geography, patterns in the night sky. I could go on and on about the topics, but in a way that students can't see in the classroom. So just that's my quick 5-minute explanation of our kind of programs. We can talk a lot more about it when you come out and see things. I always say it's really hard to understand what we do until you walk in the building and see the kids in action. So, but if you, yes.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I just wanted to say, Aaron was on another school board at the time. Nicole, I think you're the only one, and Colonel Sullivan are the only ones that haven't been out there because we did a linkage out there. And so some of us do know what you're talking about, so you can know that we're following you. I'm not a great astronaut, but I just wanted to let you know we know where you're coming from.
That's great. Well, will you come back again? We won't compare it to the middle school groups that come in. So, and I believe that was at our old center as well. So the new facility we did open in the fall of 2019. So in looking at the numbers on the screen there, I don't have a good metric. The question I get a lot from my board is, how do numbers compare, to pre-pandemic times? And we didn't have a good measure for that because we never had a full year in our new building where we could double the amount of programs we run with students. So that first column is everything that we had booked on our calendar prior to things shutting down in March of 2020. So a lot of those missions didn't happen because March, April, and May are always busy for us, but that's my best metric. So I won't read those numbers out. You can see we were booked to do about 514 programs that year. Last year, I was very pleased with 288 programs, given everything that was going on. We were able to engage a lot of schools in digital programs. This year, there was still a lot of unknowns stepping into this year and what it would look like, but you can see our final numbers. By the end of this school year, we will have run 625 student programs. So I have the 22%. That's my font is really small here. It is 22%. I'm embarrassing myself not being able to read. 22% higher than what we had booked in our first year. That's 35% more programs than we've ever run in the history of our Challenger Center. So I'm very happy about that. Our staff is exhausted, but we love being able to engage kids. So ballpark numbers on that between student programs, summer camps, and everything we do, we'll see over 27,000 students in Challenger programs. And I have a staff of 8 educators. So we love what we do. We work really hard, and I love getting to come and share that to the board because of your support. To talk D20 specific numbers, if we can go to the next slide there, we ran 77 simulator missions with D20 schools this year, some elementary, most of those are middle schools. 73 classes stayed for the full day in our Explorer labs. 48 digital programs with most of those happen at the elementary school level. And then we took our portable planetarium out to 18 different days to D20 elementary schools. So a total of 216 programs within District 20. So just under, maybe not just under, right around 9,500 D20 students in Challenger programs. So I'm really excited about that. A few years back, as we renewed our agreement with District 20, there were funds that were given to help engage elementary schools at a greater level. We always saw the middle school groups. I use the term persistent STEM engagement. We want to get these kids excited about STEM and science at younger grade levels. And so those funds from the board have just led to a significant engagement at the elementary school level. So this year we saw 12, engaged 12 of the district's elementary schools. That number is only going to grow as we get more teachers interested and engaged in programs. If we can go to the next slide. Just kind of looking at some other highlights. Obviously, school programs are the core of what we do. However, in our new facility, we are very excited to start what we call our second Saturday science events. I have 3 boys of my own, and I think I shared this at the last meeting last year. We, for years, went to Home Depot's Saturday workshops, and my boys knew on the first Saturday of every month, we were going to go to Home Depot and we were going to build a project. I want to do that same thing with STEM education for kids and families. So the second Saturday of every month, we have a free STEM activity and planetary shows in our planetarium it's open to the public and free of charge. Earlier this month, we partnered with Estes Rockets and had 200 families come through and launch rockets in the big field. No fires were started, everybody was safe, and all the kids left with really great Estes sunglasses as well. So we just started those in December. We were one of NASA's community engagement sites for the James Webb Space Telescope, and we look forward to continuing those moving forward. We engaged almost 300 students or 250 students in our summer camps. We've got 200 students registered again this year. Most of those are going to be held at our location in Legacy Peak Elementary School. We use the classroom space at Legacy Peak and all the fun stuff at our facility. We have developed a new high school e-mission. We do really well at the middle school level and want to step out and start engaging our high school students well, or do a better job of that. And so the first step of that is through our digital e-missions. And we onboarded a brand new simulator mission called Lunar Quest this year. Our Teacher STEM Bootcamp is a huge passion of mine. When I was in the role of the head of the education team, I think it's really important that we're helping our elementary school teachers, not just in District 20, but across the entire city. And so our STEM Bootcamp engages anywhere between 80 and 120 teachers each year. The fundraising that we do for that, the teachers come, do STEM workshops, and then they leave with hundreds of dollars of materials to take back to their classrooms. So we will highlight a particular robotics kit or coding software, and then they leave with classroom sets that they can take back to their classroom. So it's not just great education, but we give them the resources as well. So our 11th annual STEM Bootcamp happened last year. We're on tap for our 12th one this year in July. And then we partnered with a group called Ellis Emery to provide monthly workshops for elementary school teachers, just getting them more comfortable with, I say, messy science, or maybe out of their comfort zone. So that's a big passion of mine, is to make sure that we are not just a resource for kids, but for our teachers across the city. Next slide, please. And then just looking ahead, our booking for next year is already open. I was talking to our registrar today, and we have 200 programs booked already, and registration just opened a couple of weeks ago. So we are really excited about that, and hoping for another record year. We have 16 week-long summer camps that we're going to use to engage students. And I did promise Mr. Gregory that I would get him information so we can make sure that that goes out to all D20 students. Our STEM boot camp I already mentioned. I did tell my staff, we had a staff meeting today, and I did tell everybody, don't worry, help is on the way. We are going to hire some additional education staff to meet the demand of programs. Right now, that is our limiting factor, which is, I guess it's a good problem to have. The demand is there for student programs, and we'll be able to hire some staff members to see even more students next year. And then before I take questions, the last thing, as far as looking ahead, we are currently working with the Colorado Springs Astronomical Society to put an observatory out on the Legacy Peak site. So if you're familiar with the observatory on Pikes Peak Community College out there near TCA East, it will be very similar to that, a little bit smaller, but we will have a telescope out there, an observatory out there that will not only be used for outreach programs for the public, it will be part of Challengers programming as well. I can envision it, and I know it's a passion of the Astronomical Society to let that be a resource for D20 teachers as well. I don't know what that looks like yet. We have a lot of discussions about that. And then it would be a really great tool for research and instruction for students at the high school level within District 20 to be able to work with some experts at the Colorado Springs Astronomical Society on that. If you go to the next slide, I believe, just a couple of pictures just to kind of know what that's going to look like on the site. Just outside the playground at Legacy Peak Elementary. So we joke that it's going to have plenty of basketballs bounced off of it. No, we need to find a way to make sure that it does stay protected. We just did a walk the site last week with some of the members of Brett's team and facilities and the Astronomical Society guys. So that project is in the works and moving, and we're really excited about it. So I don't want to talk too much. I would love to answer any questions that you may have. And like I said, hopefully we can have some follow-up conversations on a visit at some point.
Ms. Cloninger.
Thank you. I love everything about this, and I am a huge space nerd, but no, I don't know enough about it, but I loved the facility. I've been to both. Okay. So, because I was part of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. So I saw it at the Challenger location, and I love the new location. It's fantastic. With those needing to get new, more teachers and things like that. I know that you've utilized staff like science teachers of D20 before, for like, especially when you were doing your ground opening. Do you do that for some of your science, days, your STEM days or something like that?
So like volunteer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got a great volunteer network of teachers. In fact, our summer camp is staffed completely by classroom teachers who want to do
have a passion for that.
Yeah. So there's a number of District 20 teachers that work with us summer after summer, and we're very kind of new on the public events. It's kind of just been internally our staff, but we're looking to expand our volunteer pool. And they don't have to be teachers too. If you want to come help launch rockets,
I'll come help launch. Okay. I am not good at any of it, but I can encourage. I'm very, very excitable. But I get people excited, but I love this. If anybody has the opportunity to come through this mission, it is so fun, and yeah, just well done. So thank you so much for being a part of our district.
Oh, well, thank you for allowing us to.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you. Yeah, I was on the fence of whether or not I was going to mention that I went out there. So we went out, I think it was November of 2019. It was shortly after the new facility opened.
Okay, great.
Because I didn't want to, have my invite come back taken away because I'd already been out there. So phenomenal facility. We had a blast when we went out there the last time. So appreciate what you're doing, like Ms. Cloninger. Everything that you're doing, I think is awesome. I want to come work with you guys because it looks like you guys have a lot of fun out there.
We love our jobs.
I'm sure. Actually, I had a kindergartner who came on a field trip just couple weeks ago, and he was talking about it for the 3 weeks leading up, that he was so excited to go and
Yeah.
loved every minute of it.
Great.
I was curious, with some of your e-programs and digital options, do you do programs for folks outside of the county or outside of the state with that?
That's a great question. Yes. So I didn't want to give a ton of backstory. Our Challenger network, or our Challenger Center, is one of 40 within a network. So the national organization was started by the family members of the Challenger crew that was killed in the shuttle accident in 1986. We support each other within that network a lot, and given things that have happened, with COVID and certain centers shutting down, our national offices actually called on us a lot to help not only develop digital programs that other centers can use, but also meet the need of schools that want to do programs like that. So yes, we've run them in several states. We ran programs with medical students from the University of Melbourne a few weeks ago. So it's really all over the map. It's really exciting. But yes, we do get to engage students from all over across the country.
Awesome. That's way cool. Yeah. Do you have a relationship with the Space Foundation, I'm assuming here?
Yeah. So, and that's one of my my wish list items. Once we get some help with programs and I can, start making sure we're moving forward, is finding a great avenue. There's so many wonderful STEM education organizations in town, whether it's the Space Foundation, the National Museum of World War II Aviation, Cool Science. I mean, I would love to have Challenger be a central meeting point, organizing point, even if we're just doing the work to help bring people together, because we're all in education for the same reason, an exciting passion in students. And so, yes, we do have a relationship. They did a public event a few weeks ago. We were over there as well. And I look forward to, again, the last few years have been kind of a cloud, we're kind of, hard to do a lot of public outreach type things. And I think as we come out of that, I'm really excited about working together more with some of those other organizations.
Great, thanks. Last question that I had was about your second Saturdays.
Yeah.
I might have missed that. Is that a summer program? Is that an ongoing thing?
We're hoping to do it, throughout the school year. We'll run one in May, and just given how busy we are, it's not up on our website just yet. We usually, it's free, but we want to register so we can make sure that we don't get an overcrowded planetarium. So we'll do one in May, probably just one in the summer because we are so busy with our summer camps. And then my hope is that once the school year begins, the second Saturday of every month, we'll do something different.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Cons.
So speaking of your website, do you want to tell us what it is?
ChallengerColorado.org.
Okay.
Yeah. So there'll be a page for teachers, a page and a page for the public. So you can find information on summer camps and things.
Good. Okay. So you alluded to this a little bit, that we'd be disseminating the information about camps.
Yeah.
But in years past, how do you normally inform families, D20 families?
So I joke that our marketing is absolutely terrible.
Okay.
It's all word of mouth. It's from teacher to teacher and parent to parent. We get tons of returning families. We have kids that volunteer, high school students that volunteer with us in the summer that came to camps when they were in first and second grade. So that really is, we don't have to do a lot of marketing.
Sure.
I would love to do a better job at some of that to expand our reach a little bit, but a lot of it's just word of mouth and things like that.
Okay, good.
So.
Because I'm sad when my kids were that age
Yeah.
that we didn't know, but it was always the highlight of their year
Yeah.
to come to your center.
Oh,
So,
awesome. Yeah.
And are the camps, family events, et cetera, open only to D20 families?
Nope, we are
Total
open to anybody. Yep. So
everything.
we
Okay.
engage schools and families, from all over.
Great.
Anybody
Okay.
that's willing to make the drive.
Good. Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I'm going to echo probably a lot of what my fellow board members said. I think this is a great program. We do provide funding. District 20 provides I'll just say a chunk of funding, and we have a TOSA, I believe, that we pay teacher on special assignment full time at the Challenger Learning Center. I think it's money well spent. I can't speak for the board, but I probably do. That I think it's money well spent. This is a great program. It just gets kids excited about space, about science, about technology, STEM. I applaud you for what you're doing. I think it's wonderful. I saw the numbers and I thought to myself, okay, that's about 1/3 of our kids, District 20 kids. And then I went, wait a minute, very few high school kids even go. And then when do you start? About 4th grade?
So with our new, last year we developed some what we call digital discoveries. One of our previous board members for Challenger called them science cooking classes. So it was like a video. The teachers do lessons leading up to it, and then they connect live and we walk them through a science lab. So we can engage kids on our digital programs as young as kindergarten.
Wow. Okay.
And then our planetarium, when we go out, we see every grade level in an elementary school.
Have you actually used the planetarium yet? The permanent one there. Have you had much problem with light pollution there? Because I know it's
so not in the planetarium. That is one of the discussions about
not planetarium.
Yeah, the observatory.
The observatory.
Yeah.
Sorry, the
No, you're
observatory.
good. One of the things that we've talked about, and I think I don't want to speak for Brett back there, but I think we have a good solution for school lighting and things. I think the biggest thing that the Astronomical Society is going to do is work with some of the HOAs in that site with all of those neighborhoods that are being built out there to help with light pollution. But they're pretty confident that we'll be able to see a lot out there.
That'd be great. That looked like a pretty expensive telescope too.
Yeah.
How many? I assume it's a reflector. How many inch diameter is it? You know?
I'm going to look. I asked them for.
I shouldn't have
So they're
asked.
looking between 14 and 16, or 14 to 18 inches.
All
on
right.
there.
So it hasn't been purchased yet?
I don't believe so. And these
okay.
are great questions for the
Yeah, I know.
Astronomical Society.
I know.
So they've got everything lined up. So their total budget, they're thinking about 125,000.
right,
They've
yeah.
got 25,000 pledged already and about 12,000 in hand. So it's not a massive project, but I think it's going to have a great reach.
I'll just 30-second story. About 43 years ago, the Academy has an observatory, and I got to spend a night up there just looking at stars. And it was awesome. I still remember it was used for Apollo. They mapped the moon with that, and there was somebody dropped a wrench and took a chip out of it, and they painted it black. I don't know why I remember that. I remember so much of that night 43 years ago. It had such an impression. And so the things that you do can really leave a lasting impression on a kid that says, that's what I want to do that. So I just applaud you. I think it's a wonderful, wonderful thing that you're doing. Any other comments or thoughts? Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the time and thank you for your support.
Yes. Next one is the Advisory Personnel Performance Evaluation Council. Mr. Gregory.
Mr. Smart, please.
Shit. Oh, there we go. What we're going to talk about is almost as exciting as what we just heard. Evaluation, that is like, woo, it's up there. We don't have any telescopes, unfortunately, though. All right, so thank you for allowing me to come up here one more time tonight. We're going to talk to you. I'm going to introduce the members of the Advisory Personnel Performance Evaluation Council, or we call APEC. I learned that from Dr. Smith, how you can kind of shorten things. Thank you, I appreciate that. So I'm just going to name them. They're not all here tonight, but I do have some of our representatives here tonight that are going to speak. So we had Julie Harris from Liberty High School. She was one of our teacher representatives. Dr. Carissa Ridding from Eagle View Middle School, teacher representative, who's here tonight. Lynn Seto, right? Cito. I always say it wrong. I don't know why I want to say Seto. Cito. Eagle View Middle School as well, teacher representative. Cindy Wenzel. I don't know if you guys, some of you might remember her. She was one of our patron representatives. Diane Ide from Air Academy. She was a parent representative. Dr. Becky Harris, principal representative. Josh Trahan was also another administrative representative we had on our team. And then Holly Meacham and Kelly Farmer, directors of HR, also participated on the council as well. So before I have some of the council members come up, I just wanted to kind of explain that a little bit about the process. When we talk about this, we have evaluation system and we have they also call it system, but it's a tool, the evaluation tool. We're going to focus on the evaluation system, which is in our policy. You're going to hear a little bit more about that, but we're also going to touch on the tool. But sometimes those get confusing because they kind of use the same term when they're talking about it. So you think, are we talking about the system and procedures, or are we talking about the actual evaluation tool that we use to kind of pull all this stuff together? So we're going to kind of try to explain that to you a little bit tonight, the difference in those, how those work, so it's a little more clear. So now I'm going to have Carissa come on up to present just a brief overview of why we have this council and what its purpose is. Okay.
Thank you. So the Colorado Revised Statute 229107 states that every school district and board of cooperative services in the state, subject to the provisions of the article, shall have an advisory school district personnel performance evaluation council, which shall, at a minimum, consist of the following members. In the case of a school district, 1 teacher, 1 administrator, and 1 principal from the school district, 1 resident from the school district who is a parent of a child attending a school within said district, and 1 resident of the school district who is not a parent with a child in the district. As you can see from Mr. Smart's introduction of council members, we actually exceeded the requirements by having additional teachers and administrators participate. Said council shall consult with the local board or board of cooperative services as to the fairness, effectiveness, credibility, and professional quality of the licensed personnel performance evaluation system and its processes and procedures. This is accomplished through this presentation regarding the council's review of the district's evaluation system. The purpose of this council is to review the district's current evaluation policies and procedures and to ensure they align with Senate Bill 100-191, Educator Effectiveness, signed into law in 2010. Our council met 4 times during the spring semester and went through this review process.
All right, thank you. All right, now I'm going to have Lynn come up, and she's going to explain how the council has ensured that we are in compliance with the law. Okay, and you guys have that checklist, so that she's going to kind of refer to that.
Thank you, Mr. Smart, and thank you, Dr. Ridding. Good evening, board members. So as the council reviewed via the checklist that you have in front of you, the components of the evaluation system required by the Licensed Performance Evaluation Act. The checklist ensured that we have all the required components and are in compliance with the law. Additionally, the checklist gave the council the opportunity to discuss areas that may be needed to be addressed in the current system and how to improve the implementation of the evaluation processes. Administrative Policy GCN 1R details the evaluation process for non-administrative licensed staff, like me, and ensures we are in alignment with state requirements for non-administrative licensed staff evaluations. So as we review the checklist, which you have before you, we verified that our administrative policies and procedures did include the required components. Currently, we use RANDA as our evaluation tool for licensed teachers. RANDA is the Colorado State Model Performance Management System, which of course we have an acronym for as COPMS, and is an optional tool to support districts in the implementation, data collection, and effective use of the Colorado State Model Evaluation System. RANDA includes an electronic interface, a website, and data collection tools for the state model evaluation rubrics, measures of student learning and outcomes, final effectiveness ratings, and aggregate reports to support principal and district leaders in providing useful and actionable feedback and possible professional development opportunities for educators. So RANDA provides an efficient tool to collect all the information and data used as part of the evaluation process. This meets the requirement of relating to reporting to the State Board of Education about the development of the evaluation system, since we are using the state-created evaluation system. Sorry. Yeah. It's been a long day.
Yeah. Basically what that means is before we had developed our own system, evaluation system, prior to using RANDA, which school districts still have the option of doing. But we switched about 3 years ago to the state evaluation system, which mirrors what is required by the law as far as meeting all those components. So therefore, it really aligns well. And if you looked at our policy, that also aligns right with the checklist in a sense, and with the policy related to evaluations. Now, first of all, we know that we have all the components in place. We meet the requirements of the system, but we also know that we can always improve in implementation. So one of the things that the council was able to do is give us feedback in areas that we want to improve in. Some of that would be inter-rater reliability, clarification of terms and processes, and getting feedback from staff, not only evaluatees, so teachers, but also administrators and how the system is working and is it actually meeting the needs that we're trying to do. So that's something that we'll be continuing to work on. How are we going to get that feedback? We did have a few things. One of the things that they talk about in the checklist is when somebody goes in to evaluate someone, and I believe Mr. Salt brought this up, as using electronic devices. And it says that they're not allowed to be used in there without the approval of the evaluatee. So basically what that means is you can't just sneak some kind of recorder in there and record the observation while you're trying to evaluate someone without them having the knowledge that you're doing that. So we don't want to be sneaking around or videotaping or recording unless both parties have agreed to say, hey, we're going to videotape this lesson because we think this might help us in maybe this process, but we would not do that without permission of that person when we're doing that. There was another question about max number of council members. There is no max number. There's only the minimum requirements, and we did actually exceed the minimum, just felt we got a few more voices in the room. And also is this a one-year appointment? There is no guidelines on that either. You can have the same people on the council year after year because this is an annual review that we would do. But we also may want to look at how we can get other voices and other input from folks within our community, or as far as our teachers and administrators. So it may change at times just so we can allow other people to have an opportunity to participate in that process. All right. Any other questions?
Board, no questions? Thank you, Mr. Smart. I had a couple of questions.
Sure.
And I apologize, I didn't give you these in advance. You may not know. When we, and maybe this is beyond the scope, this is the system of how we measure performance. And this may be more of a question of the actual performance. So you may say, that's beyond the scope. What are the 4 rankings, if you are, how do we measure the performance of a teacher? Is it excellent, good, very good, fair? Is it a percent? Is it?
Yeah. And that is one is Brand also calculates that, but it's also spelled out in our process. And that's highly effective, partially effective, ineffective. And based on the rubric that we use from the state to when we observe and we see if they've met those requirements within different elements, then that is calculated in RANDA to determine if they've what rating they have as far as effective, highly effective, things of that nature.
And what percent of our teachers are highly effective?
I don't have that on me, but I can get that to you.
Yeah, thank you. And again, I didn't give you in advance, and I apologize. Just something, and I just noticed this. This is something for us. It says the local school district shall have an advisory school district personnel performance evaluation council, which you all are, appointed by the Board of Education.
I think they also mean you can appoint that by designees. So that was.
And I by the way,
yeah.
You guys are doing great. I'm not saying that we would have appointed anybody else. I just want to make sure that we're abiding by the law.
Yeah, and there's a process we go through to do that. It's like we don't select, we put it out to everybody to say if they're interested. We put out through.
I guess my question is, does the board need to give the nod of this with this council? If I'm reading this, it sounds like it does. If so, I think going forward we should. Again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not reading this.
I'll verify that, and if that's the case, we'll bring you the names in the future.
Yeah. Then we could just put on a consent. Agree. Yeah, that seems. Thank you, Ms. Cloninger. I was
say it on the
mic.
mic. It just, either we need to change the language of that or have that,
Yeah.
but it says appointed by the Board of Education.
Yeah.
So there does need to be some kind of
It does seem
communication there.
pretty
I'll
black and
verify
white.
how we make sure.
Another
that's-
example of where state statute sometimes makes assumptions on how every board across the state of Colorado works, which they all don't. But if it's as easy as putting something together and getting it to the board so that where it can check the box, then that's fine too. But and really
We'll
you
make
should
sure
know
we
who
do
it
it.
is,
Yeah.
right? Just to make sure that it's.
I think the only time we vote is for board committees, right? DAC, audit, and the temporary committee, CBOC, I believe. Again, I just we just got to make sure we follow the law. That's all. That was my own comment. Anything else? Yeah, Ms. Cons.
One quick question. Number 3, contain a written improvement growth plan. How are these followed up on?
For teachers, that will be by the site. So
Okay.
the principal, if they are below a certain level, they will work with that teacher to develop an improvement plan for the individual teacher.
Okay, and then they meet every few months?
Yeah,
or-
it's based on how the evaluator sets it up
Okay.
to follow up to verify if they're improving or not, feedback, follow through.
Great.
And usually it's tied within their evaluation process. So,
Mhm.
you know, they get formal observations, they have a mid-year, and they also have
Good.
an end of year as
Good.
well.
Okay. I just want to make sure it was more than annually too.
Yeah, yeah.
So thank you.
Ms. Cloninger?
What about sorry, our charter schools? Are they required to follow these same things with, these same evaluations, or is that even?
Good question.
On the purview.
I do not believe they fall under ours, as far as I don't think they have to fall under the same process.
So
that
maybe
we have
that's
in our-
something
in
we
our
talk to them
policies.
when they come through and do
Mhm.
do their
Yep.
piece. I think that
Yep.
being that we have so many things that we tie into with DAC and different pieces,
Right.
I would assume that that should be aligned as well. Maybe I'm assuming wrong, but
They can create their own. They have to have one by
right.
statute, but it can be their own. One thing you might want to watch every year that when the new charter contracts come through, is there's a list of waivers to see if that's one of the waivers or not, because they may waive out of that. Right off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you if that's one of the waivers, but when those contracts come through in about May of every year, so it'll be coming soon. That's one of the things you can watch for or look for is all the waivers. And it might be one of those. If they waived out of this, then it wouldn't apply.
And I assume if it's written like this, how it's written in there, that the Board of Education, I mean, that would be their board, or I'm just
Mhm.
wondering, their board.
Their board, yeah.
Okay. Just wondering.
Yep.
Mr. Salt?
I just wanted to thank Mr. Smart for putting this together and answering all my questions, because when you send him ahead of time, he can answer all of your questions.
However, according to our board policy, those questions are not to be answered individually, they're to be answered to the entire board.
He answered them during his presentation.
During his presentation,
Yeah.
that's.
So
which is
that's
a-
why I didn't have to
Oh,
answer
gotcha,
any of the
gotcha.
questions.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
I
the
usually
intent.
try to include them in somehow in the presentation, try to
Yes,
answer them throughout that, but
and I appreciate, this board does not like to play gotcha.
Yeah.
We like to have the questions answered, so we took,
so I appreciate you giving me a chance to weave them in or answer them.
absolutely. Thank
this
you.
process.
Anything else, board? Thank you, Mr. Smart.
Thank you.
Next thing is legislative updates, Mr. Gregory.
Yes, Ms. Thompson, please.
Thank you and good evening. I apologize, I'm a little under the weather still, so I'm going to try to get through this without having a coughing fit. I did not succeed in that endeavor this morning when I was doing a training on special education. So I had to excuse myself. I hope not to do that. But now that I'm thinking about it, I'm sure it's going to happen. Apologize in advance. I just wanted to give you a legislative update this evening. We have, as some may say, 3 garbage days before the adjournment of our current Colorado legislative session. That means we have roughly 21 days left in this legislative session that will adjourn on May 11th. So right now there's about 75 bills that we're tracking closely that pertain to special education. Before I go into our state bills, though, I do want to just go back.
Ms. Thompson, can I just correct? There's not 75 bills specific to special education.
Did I say special
Yes,
education?
just
I'm
education.
sorry.
That's,
I
yeah.
need to go blow
Thank
my
you.
nose and clear my head. I apologize. No, they're related to education in general, not special education. But special education is on my mind, especially as I listen. My heart goes out to our families and our team, because our special education team, whether it be our school special ed staff, our district leadership in special education, their efforts to meet the needs of our kids is steadfast. They are working so hard to ensure that every child in our district has their needs adequately met. And that starts with adequate staffing. And we have not been immune from staff shortages. And I don't anticipate that we will have the ability to immunize ourselves from those types of challenges going forward. And I commend the efforts of our SPED leadership team as well as our HR team in their efforts to recruit staff and retain our staff. And without high quality staff in our building, these challenges will persist. So I just would be remiss if I didn't say that. You know, at the federal level, there's a lot of attention being given to special education and IDEA funding. Mr. Timby and myself went to Washington, D.C. to speak to our representatives of Congress to ask for their support for our students with disabilities. So let's not have that point be lost in what we hear, because we owe that to every student, especially our students with disabilities. So everything we're hearing is not lost. In Congress, in the House, 5984 was introduced. There was a companion bill in the Senate introduced, 3213. Those together make up the IDEA Full Funding Act that was introduced in Congress back on November 16th of 2021. They have not really moved, although we all can acknowledge the need to address the cost for meeting the needs for special education at the federal level, at the state, and at our local level. So back to what I was saying, my legislative update focuses on tracking roughly 75 education-related bills, and we have about 21 days to finish our work here in the Colorado legislative session. The first bill that I'll talk about this evening is House Bill 221052, and this bill was introduced. This is the Promoting Crisis Services to Students bill. And if you recall, we talked about the student identification cards that would contain the phone number, website, address, text-to-talk, contact information for a 24-hour crisis hotline service center. Just today, the amendments made it out of the House committee. So that bill is starting to progress. And at this point in the session, a lot of bills that were introduced early have been kind of stuck in committee, or they've gone through the initial committee process, they've gone to appropriations. Now is the point in time of the session that things start to really move. Those backlogs start to actually move along in the process. And hopefully many of the bills that have been introduced will not just unfortunately die on the clock. There will be some that will, but that's not what's happening with this particular bill. It did pass through the House just today. What the cost estimated for that, if it does in fact make it through the process and become law, the cost associated with that is estimated to be about $2 to $3 per identification card. So nonetheless, we currently have Safe to Tell on our student identification cards. That's a slightly different purpose. So how that's going to interact with whether or not Safe to Tell stays on and this is added to has yet to be determined. If this does in fact pass. The next House bill that I'll draw your attention to is 1057. This is the Public Employees.
Ms. Thompson.
Sir. Yeah.
So I had a couple questions about that. Do you want me to ask those now, or do you?
Yeah, you're welcome to.
Let's ask him. That's a great point, Mr. Salt. Let's ask him as we get to it. That way they're fresh. So please feel free.
Does that require only student IDs, or would that have to replace all of the staff and administrator IDs as well?
My understanding is it's just the student IDs.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I was trying to glance through the amended version that came out while you were talking, and I'm sorry I didn't get all the way through it. Is there any kind of a fiscal note tied to that to provide funding for those badges? So the $2 to $3, is that our cost, or is that the cost they're looking at projection?
Yeah, the fiscal note is roughly $166,000 statewide, but that doesn't necessarily factor into the cost to the districts. So districts that maybe don't have student IDs that would be at a full implementation point, that's where they estimate $2 to $3 per ID cards. For us, it would be whatever we're currently paying, the replacement of those current cards.
I wasn't sure what our current cost was on that. Also, I know that a lot of that earmarked funding in those fiscal notes tend to go to some of the more rural districts and not to us.
Yeah, implementation for those smaller districts, yeah.
The last thing that I wanted to say, and I kind of mentioned this before, is looking at the verbiage of this, it looks like they added Safe to Tell as an additional item, not an either or, but a both and. So it'd be the crisis intervention hotline and the Safe to Tell, which again, I know the discussions we've had previously is about the confusion if students were in crisis. So do you know if that was discussed at all during the committee?
Well, in the amended version, which you probably have more information than I do, I think it was an and, so I do believe that it would be both. The option to drop Safe to Tell, I don't know whether or not you could replace Safe to Tell with this new crisis line. I think Safe to Tell does serve a slightly different purpose, and it's working. Kids are using it.
My thought was more on doing what we're doing and not trying to keep things as simple as possible for the students. It's already something they're used to seeing and handling, but it's just a curiosity. Thank you.
Certainly. The next bill is House Bill 1057. This is the Public Employees Retirement Association Employment After Teacher Retirement. This particular bill, when it was introduced, sought to help us with our teacher shortages, and temporarily suspend the and waive the limits for qualified retirees to return to the workforce temporarily, roughly until July of 2023. So it give us about 1 year reprieve, and I say us, retirees that wish to come back into the workforce and work without penalizing their current pension. So that the governor signed back in the middle of March. That's good news. So it does allow us to tap that as a resource for bringing people back to work to fill some of these areas. It is a temporary fix for district like ours, and so we'll see how much relief that brings. The next companion bill, though, is 1101, and this particular bill, just like 1057 that I was speaking about, attempts to also help with staff shortages, but is targeted more towards our rural district and expands out not just our teachers, but food service workers as well as our transportation, i.e. bus drivers. And it also seeks to make that permanent. So to return to the workforce even after retirement, maintain your retirement benefits for a retiree is really important, because right now, or prior to this becoming law, we were very limited as to how much time we could ask of them without it impacting their retirement benefits. So that's good. Now they can return to the workforce, serve our rural schools with absolutely no penalty. Any questions? All right. House Bill 1110. This, you'll see that at the end of March, the governor did sign, and there was a lot of question about that because we worked really hard last year, Mr. LaValle, with 21-1051 to get clarification from our legislature as to whether or not a Board of Education can name one sole finalist when looking for their chief executive officer, i.e. a superintendent. The legislature answered us last year and said, yeah, it's acceptable to name one sole finalist. However, I think there were further concerns raised around just open meetings and what is done in open meetings. And so in the spirit of maintaining open meetings and the existing open meetings law, there was further clarification that has come through this particular bill. And that is that if those discussions are going to, like contract negotiations with a sole finalist are going to occur in executive session, well, then there's two criteria that has to have already been met. And that is the board has to name more than one candidate for the finalist, and it has to have held a public forum to conduct interviews with each of the finalists. So really, it only impact, and for those of you that are thinking, didn't that just happen again in the naming of the sole finalist for the presidency for the CU system? Yes, it did, but they're not subject to these revisions. It's boards of education. So it's very limited, it's very targeted towards boards of education, and really getting at wanting that to be an open process to the extent that a board wants to name one sole finalist.
So what I think I hear you say is that you can't name a sole finalist.
If you've had, so to the extent that you
In other
want
words,
to do that in executive session, you can't have it all, is really what the legislature is saying. You can't do all of your interviews in executive session. You can't name make the decision for a sole finalist in executive session and go back into executive session to negotiate that contract. They want some of that process to be open.
Is there a way, and again, I hope we don't use this process for a long time, I just got to say that. I'm talking for other boards. Is there a way for them to let anybody but the final one person remain anonymous? Is there a way for them to do that? Because that's the whole key of this thing, right? We want the other people to remain anonymous, so they will put their name forward. Because, you know, if you're from East Wagon Wheel and you're a superintendent out there and you want to apply for a superintendentship of somewhere in here, you don't want them to know that. That's the whole point of why we did this whole thing last year. Is there a way for us to do that?
Well, you are correct. That is what we predicated our advocacy on for 1051, was that it has a chilling effect in attracting many candidates who do not want to risk tension in their current relationship with their employer by making it known that they've put themselves out on the open market and looking for another job. Yeah, and so to answer your question, I think the most simple way to answer your question is no. That this now says that if we want to go into executive session to make these decisions, we have to have named more than one candidate as a finalist for the position. And so conjunctive, both things have to come together. The board has to hold a public forum to conduct interviews with each finalist. So you are correct in your understanding that this does potentially create challenges for getting the most qualified applicants to apply, especially if they're concerned with the strain that might place on the relationship with their current employer. Oh, and if they don't get the position, having to remain with their current employer now under potentially irreparable harm to that relationship.
And you know, I have great respect for you. CASB disagrees with your interpretation. CASB told me that this would not impact what happened last year at all. So again, I don't want to agree with you because I don't like that, but I think you're right if I look at it.
Yeah, if you read the bill.
I know, that's what's so frustrating. It's just, oh.
If you read the language of the bill and what's actually the amended versions, all of that language that I just gave you remains in that bill. So how to interpret that in a different way and to parse the language of, or the what's within the statute, I wish I could guide you in a different direction, but I'm sorry, when I read the bill, that is what my understanding is.
I know, I understand. I know, appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. LaValle.
Yes.
Did you ask the CASB reps that same kind of scenario and ask them to explain how this bill allows for that? Because every version of the bill that I've seen is very much like Ms. Thompson's interpretation. It's very clear that there is no anonymity allowed through that process.
No, I asked, I don't know that I should say who it was at CASB. I said, is this going to impact what we did last year? He said, no, it's not going to change a thing.
Well, I think the clarification that we got last year is, can a school board name one sole finalist? What they gave us is a yes. Sorry, I gotta go get a drink of tea. I told you I wasn't gonna make it.
And to Casby's point, while Ms. Thompson's doing that, you can still name a single finalist, assuming you've jumped through all these other public hoops, making those names public. And so,
yeah, the whole point of
answer
naming a
is
single
yes.
finalist is to keep. Yeah,
I understand, and so that's what I was gonna say. Is I think Casby's telling you, yes, you can still name a single finalist, so you're okay to do that. What they're missing is the essence of being able to keep those names anonymous for protecting those candidates who could be in compromised situations.
Yeah.
Remember, there's two ways to run the search process: an open process or a closed process. When school boards run a closed process, most of that happens through the executive session. You're behind closed doors. That's protected. The public doesn't get to see or hear or understand those candidates that are under consideration. And that's what we asked, is it acceptable to come out of that process and name one sole finalist? And they said yes. However, now they're clarifying that, well, you can name one sole finalist. However, if you're going to do that, then the board has to hold public forum to conduct interviews with each of the finalists. So that's the open
Which
meeting.
completely defeats the whole
It's
purpose.
the spirit of the open meeting. So
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
you
only
are,
the messenger
I promise I
this
won't shoot the
evening.
messenger. I promise.
Okay,
I
I
appreciate it.
appreciate
And I didn't want to agree with you, but looking at the bill, it was hard to. That's why I talked to Casby about it. I said, this reads. But anyways, thank you.
Certainly. So I think that what Casby is saying doesn't undo what we did, and that was the clarification of a sole finalist. And that answer was no. And I would agree. But they've conditioned that. If you're going to have one sole finalist, you got to have an open
It
process.
completely undermines what we did. Completely and totally. The entire intent of what we did last year is blown up.
Well,
in my view.
it frustrates what we predicated our arguments on, and that was that the notion of attracting the finest, most qualified candidates so that they could remain anonymous through the process, especially in the event that they didn't move forward as a finalist for them. So, I'm sorry. Okay. House Bill 1126, eligible educator classroom expense tax credit. This is a tax credit that, again, allows our educators to claim up to $500 per year starting this tax year 2022. Monday was tax year 2021. But now we're in tax year 2022, and should this make it through for 5 tax years, they can take a deduction of up to a tax credit for up to $500 per year. It also extends to paraprofessionals, which I thought was really nice to include, because I know how hard our paraprofessionals work and how much they give even out of their own pockets. So if you read the text of the bill nicely, it includes our paraprofessionals. Of course, with some parameters of working in classrooms. Are we good on that one? House Bill 1295. This is our universal preschool program, which we knew was coming. It took a little while to see it. It was introduced back in March. But just going back a little bit further, last legislative session, House Bill 21-1304 created the Department of Early Childhood. So they didn't move forward with universal preschool, but they created this department and started putting the infrastructure in to stand up the notion of universal preschool. Also, if you remember, Proposition EE was a ballot initiative in 2020, and that particular Proposition EE was for a specific nicotine tax, and that nicotine tax is what is being utilized to offset the funding for universal preschool. You know that there's a lot of details. This bill is 582 pages. So when you need some light reading or you can't get to sleep at night, just read this particular bill. It's dense. But if you look at the fiscal note, there's so much that can be gleaned from the fiscal note. So I'm going to start with that. Under this bill, our children in Colorado, and this is on its, I believe this is one that's on its way to the governor's desk. It is on its way to the governor. So House Bill 1295, under this bill, children are eligible for 10 hours per week of free preschool in the year before kindergarten, and children 3 and 4 years old with a disability must be offered services in alignment with the child IEP. So the Department of Early Childhood Education, in collaboration with the LCOs. Remember, we talked about the LCOs last time. It's the local, the LCO is the local coordinating organization that will actually do some of the administrative, the application to the program. They're going to manage the delivery of preschool. They're also going to be charged with distributing funding for this, and then support the providers of preschool and early childhood workforce. So that's the part that is a bit unclear at this point as to who those LCOs are going to be. It's not really defined. So lots of questions about that. And I think there was questions through the amendment process on the LCOs, and it was just kind of like, well, let's just get this in place and we'll figure that out. But that's a really important detail as to how that's going to be, how the program is actually going, the administrative parts, the pragmatic moving parts of the implementation. There's a lot of programs that are going to move back that already exist that will be moved over to the Department of Early Childhood Education. So what happens is certain programs that are already administered under the Colorado Department of Human Services will move some of those programs under the Department of Early Childhood Education. So what happens is there's a reappropriation of the funding. So the costs for some of those programs will just move under this new department, and those costs would be reappropriated to offset the costs for early childhood. But it's expensive. If you look at the fiscal note, it looks like it's going to be roughly $167 million in new funds that's going to take to implement this universal preschool program.
That's at the state level.
Yeah.
That's not total cost.
That's
That's what the state projects their cost to be, not 178 school districts and whoever else is involved.
And I did some math. There's 855,482 K through 12 children in Colorado. I picked 25,000. I know we're a little closer to 26. That gives us just under 3% of the kids. Take 3% of $167 million, that comes out to $4.88 million. About 3% worth of a salary raise for every employee in the district. So, in other words, if that money, and I don't think anybody's disputing for children with disabilities that we don't want to, just talking about generic. If instead that money were to given back to the districts in the form of per pupil revenue, that would give us an extra 3% pay raise to every employee in the. That's how much money that is, just to give you that.
It is a costly proposition, and for 10 hours per week, it'll be interesting to see how many actually take advantage of that, especially our working parents who may not be able to work to make 10 hours a week work when they need their child in 3-hour a week child care arrangements. So we are on that particular moved on, and it's coming to a district near us. Oh, that would be our district.
But can I, sorry.
Yes,
Totally
please.
jumped in there. I think that, and I appreciate the update. I do think that some of this feels like one hand not talking to the other. However, I also understand that there's been significant data that has been shown the earlier the children are learning and in those kind of situations, the better off they're going to be and prepared for kindergarten and for school. So I think that to just say, I feel like there are a lot of unanswered questions, but from my point of view, we have to allow certain things to happen. Obviously, I'm in favor of giving every teacher more money, but I definitely think that we're here to educate children. That's what we're doing. So that I think that I'm reserving the right to judge that one, but I think that there's some merit to it.
I agree. I don't think anybody would argue against early literacy and early childhood. So we will see how that works and hopefully the effect size is exactly what the objective is set out to do.
Do we know yet about the obligation that we're going to take on? Is it going to be like our K-12s where if parents want to send their kids here for this early childhood education that we have the obligation to make space for them? And if so, do we have a plan for capacity?
I don't think there's a requirement at this point in it. It opens the door much wider than just public education systems to be providers. And it's really hard to answer any questions at this point because in a 500-page bill, it raises more questions than it answers, which is, and it's under a department that really doesn't even exist yet, or it's in the making. So we've asked the question for many months on this now is about the timeline. I know Ms. Allen has asked that question a bunch, is could they at least adjust the timeline so that these things are in place before we're, it's going to be really tough to try to build this one as you fly it. It's almost impossible. I would say it's impossible to build it as you fly it because you first have to decide who these LCOs are and then into what is the catchment area, if you will, of each of these, and it's not defined anywhere. And that's the first step because that's the application process. So it's hard to answer any questions at this point with any level of detail just because there's so many unanswered questions in it. It's conceptual bill, essentially, is what it is right now.
Sure.
That's exactly, sorry.
I was just going to say thank you very much.
I thought you were asking another question. I was just saying that's what I was trying to say too, is I just want to know more about it before just hacking it off and saying that's crap. So anyway, that was my thought.
And I hope I'm not coming across as in opposition to this. I'm not at all taking that position. All I'm here to tell you is factually it's expensive. 10 hours a week. I don't know that that's necessarily going to meet the needs of working families. I think a lot of that has yet to be determined. And logistically, what does that look like in a district like ours? We don't know yet. And so, Mr. Salt, you had said, would we be obligated to serve our kids? I think foreseeably, yes, our in-district kids, we would have some form of obligation to serve, but what that is, we don't know yet.
I just know we already have capacity issues, and then so if we have to start taking on additional, to Mr. Gregory's point, we don't have a long timeline to be able to come up with facilities and educators to make that happen. So it's not opposition necessarily to servicing the students in our community. It's really how do we plan to actually make this happen on such a short timeline, because it's going to be expensive and we're already bursting at the seams at this point.
Yeah.
I would say that goes to how we deal with charter schools too. I mean, the implementation of New Summit at a 8th grade, cap, and then they are into the other schools. I mean, there's pieces to all of that that are reasons why we're bursting at the seams. So, I mean, it's a complicated issue.
The next one I'll talk about is House Bill 1329. This is the long bill. This is on its way to the governor as well. But there were placeholders left for the School Finance Act, so I will not say too much about that other than House Bill 1390, which is the School Finance Act. That Miss Allen would probably do a much better job boiling that down in terms of that's in her bailiwick. But really what came through House Bill 1390, the School Finance Act, is it appears that it increases the base per pupil funding for next year, 22-23, by $252.88, which would reflect a 3.5% inflation rate. How that actually impacts our PPR in our district, I will let somebody like Miss Allen update you on that when the time is appropriate.
It will be in a few minutes.
That's what I was just going to say, just in a few minutes.
That's right. And so that is what's being introduced. Just keep in mind that this is on projections and projected numbers that will be then hopefully certified with our October 1 count. So what we're expecting through the School Finance Act, hopefully we can deliver in our numbers come October 1 to sustain that. Next, I would like to talk about Senate Bill 87. Senate Bill 87 was one that we've talked about in the past. It's healthy meals for all public school students. And we talked about back in February and March, the fiscal note was fairly incomplete. In other words, it was really hard to determine what those costs were going to be, other than it was going to be really expensive. And now there's an updated fiscal note that has been released that seeks to offer free meals to students. However, this is really on the notion that most of that would be offset by reimbursements from federal programs. And so what if this actually progresses beginning fiscal year 24-25, CDE would reimburse districts for meals based on the federal free reimbursement rate for each meal served. And then there's this formula, but then it also connects the reimbursements to direct certification of children in Medicaid. And so that's why it's very hard to determine what the cost is going to be. Because first of all, during the COVID pandemic, everybody was provided free meals. So there's elevated uncertainty about what those actual costs are in present times and what those meal and reimbursements will end up materializing to. In the high end, in the fiscal note, they estimate a range of about $78.5 million that it would cost. But on the low end of the range, if the federal reimbursements come in the way, in an optimal way, then that could be just $48.5 million. But then it goes into saying in the fiscal note that should participation and certification, so should participation in the school meal program be lower and those reimbursements not come in, costs could be as high as $92 million. So it's just kind of, all those numbers I've just given you, it comes right out of the fiscal note. So it's very hard to determine what the cost of free lunches for all kids would actually be to our state. But it's reimbursement, so that means that there would be an expenditure with the notion that we would then get reimbursed. So that particular bill, as you can see, is currently in appropriations. So appropriations has looked at that. I assume there may be further amendments to that, but nonetheless, that is the most current fiscal note, and that just came out last week. So if I could answer any questions, I'd be happy to.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
All right, thank you.
Next is the approval of purchase over $1 million for district replenishment of devices and the one-to-one district provided device program for fiscal year 22-23. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, Mr. Gregory.
Yes, I believe Ms. Allen has the next few, and just so everybody knows, Ms. Kuzer is still recovering from surgery, so she's at home, but I believe tuning in with us. So if you have any questions that Ms. Allen can't answer, you might be able to answer also.
All right. Well, good evening. Starting with 2021, replenishment dollars for devices began to be centrally managed here at the district level. And in February 2021, an RFP was put out to garner responses regarding these purchases, and Dell was selected as the vendor to work with in that process. And we have contracted with them for 1 contract base year and then 4 optional years as well. Now, because all of these purchases are done at the district level, it makes it that the total cost is over $1 million for a fiscal year. And as you know, at the $1 million mark, that requires Board of Education approval. So the resolution that you have before you this evening is really to give IT the purchasing authority for 22-23. So this is for starting July 1st to be able to make these purchases for staff replenishment and also student devices as well. About a year ago, on April 15th, 2021, the board approved a very similar resolution for this fiscal year because it's convenient, because Shelley and her team can begin to make purchases then immediately on July 1st, and it allows time for those devices to come in and get ramped up for the start of the school year. So again, that's the purpose of this resolution, and do you have any questions for me?
Mr. Salt.
Thank you. Just to clarify, this is not fulfilling a purchase order that's already been made. This is releasing funds for them to utilize in that manner.
Yes, they will have the funds in their budget, but you're giving the purchase authority. So I'm not, the superintendent is not at that threshold. That's the Board of Education that gives its authority. So it's more the spending authority. And when you see the proposed budget in May, you'll see that these dollars are there.
Thank you.
Ms. Cons.
Hello.
Yeah.
And I apologize. I did not get these questions to you ahead
That's
of
okay.
time, so I will vote accordingly. But how many, so I think you clarified when you said perhaps it's just over $1 million per fiscal year, because in our notes it said 4 million.
The purchase, yes. So what we do when we do these types of contracts is whoever's requesting it, in this case IT. So Mrs. Kuzer looks at what the potential purchases could be next year and does a not to exceed amount. If I came with 1 million, then the minute it has to go to 1,000,001, I'd be back. So she estimates with her replenishment plan, hey, this is the maximum I think I'll need to exercise. She may not go to that upper level of 4 million, but that's where the authority ends.
Okay.
If next year, I'm making this up, in January or February, Ms. Kuzer says, gosh, I need to go up above 4 million, I would come back to you. And whenever we make purchases like this, when I see it happening, I always make sure I have a tally of where we are for the fiscal year in comparison to the spending authority that you've allotted.
Sure. And I was trying to do the math with how many devices
Yeah.
we're getting for $4 million a year. It seems excessive.
And I'll give that, Mrs. Kuzer, do you want to go ahead and, I always look up when I'm talking. So Ms. Kuzer, could you please go ahead and answer that question in terms of staff and student devices of kind of how you arrived at your 4 million?
Certainly. Really, it is not, we've never hit the $4 million mark on any purchases. But again, just as kind of Becky said, it allows that purchasing to go to a different amount. And what I have kind of looked at is with our projections, we this year decided with a committee that we would start to look and refresh the students that are in grades 3 through 8th grade, or 3rd grade and 8th grade with devices. So when you look at the number of actual acquisitions for that 3rd through 12th grade level, each year we're purchasing around 3,400 devices. For the K2, we still have to keep up with the 3-to-1 ratio. Obviously, it's a much smaller ratio, so it's right around 500 to 600 devices. And then also the teacher devices, they're right around the 200 to 300 devices per year. Where we had to kind of devise a plan to level this out was because of the CARES funding that we received. So those devices, of course, in 2026 will start to age out. So we're trying to get that field a little more level so we don't have that fiscal cliff for those funds that we received for the COVID dollars. So we anticipate next year we're going to be right at that $2 million mark for purchases. The one thing that we're still, it's variable because we haven't completed this first year yet, and that is the damages as far as any damages on the devices when we collect them back in at the end of the year. And then also those replacements for the lost or stolen devices or devices that just don't get turned back in. So those are the variables that we're still looking at, and that would also play into this number as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
I had a quick question. When I taught up at the academy, every new class that came in, they all got computers. They all got the same, and the faculty could buy a computer for the same price. It got me thinking, and I'm not advocating. I'm just curious. What if I'm sure you get a great deal. We made that offer to parents and said, hey, parents, if you want to buy this thing for your kid, then you get to keep it, and the kid uses it. Have we ever? I don't know. My only thought was if half of the parents decide to do that, now we have half the expense. Granted, we don't get them back, but I don't know. Is there any thought to that? Is that a bad idea?
Ms. Kuzer, I know that you've been entertaining some thoughts around, students keeping a device. Do you mind answering that one as well?
That's certainly, I will. The one thing that we have looked at, Mr. LaValle, is that we've had requests from parents to say, hey, when my kid leaves as a senior, can they keep that device? We still need to make sure that, we can maintain, we have our software on the device. So for us to actually own it, it proves out to be really a better support model for the families because they don't have to worry about getting the software. Really kind of lies in who owns that software. Now, doesn't mean at the end of that, senior year, we are looking at possibly having those students be able to leave with their devices if all of their fees have been paid. So in essence, they're kind of putting these, down payments on a device that they can walk out of the district with that's theirs. But that's really the reason why we said 3rd and 8th grade, because 8th grade would set the stage for us to now start to launch this 12th grade. The student takes the device with them.
Thank you. That makes sense. Mr. Salt.
Ms. Kuzer, if I could just add a kind of a follow-on question. What about selling some of our aged devices? Are we refurbishing those or recycling those in some way, or is that something that we might be able to offer to families across the district as another inexpensive way to own those devices?
Actually, we have a contract right now with Blue Star Recycling. And so all of our older devices, usually end up going that route. The one thing with aging out devices is the reason why we are aging them out is because they're limited. Their useful life really is kind of at the end, and they're not an ideal device. They run slower. Sometimes the operating system is, obviously can't be updated anymore, and that's going to become even more prevalent with the rollout of Windows 11, which is right around the corner. So that's the reason why we haven't done that in the past. We've had conversation, about that certainly, but we have not actually moved in that direction. Not to say that we can't, look at different models in the future because everything is continually evolving.
Sure, thank you. What is our device life cycle right now? Is it 4 years?
It's 5 years. And the parent committee that kind of, well, it was a stakeholder committee that came together. They really were even questioning, is that going to be feasible? You know, obviously given a lower, I call it a lower level device. This is a device that's under $500. You know, they may not, and that's what we're going to learn a little bit more as we go through this process. So that's why we have to have that flexibility to shift a little bit if we start to see that, you know, where are we at on our replenishment cycle and what does the upcoming budget years look like. That's why we're looking at, you know, having the flexibility to purchase, like I said, not to have that fiscal cliff in 2026.
Sure, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, no other questions, no other discussion? Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cloninger?
Aye.
Mrs. Cons?
Aye.
Mr. LaValle?
Aye.
Mr. Salt?
All
Thanks,
right.
Shelley.
No.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Kuzer. Monthly financial report through March 2022, Mr. Gregory.
Ms. Allen, please.
All right. What you have in front of you this evening is the monthly financial report through the end of March, and that's also a quarterly report as well. So we can pull up that PowerPoint, please. Thank you so much, and you can go to the next slide. Thank you. So if you refer to Table 1 on page 3, if you look at letter A in the blue box, you can see we've collected just under 55% of our revenue compared to 58% last year at this same time, which is in the green box. Revenue is also shown visually on graph number 1 on page 5. You can go to the next slide. Thank you. So what you can see is now our revenue has exceeded in a dollar amount what we have the prior year. Now, one note, in March, District 20 received from the state a one-time payment of $2.3 million. So that increased our revenue. Why? This year, our at-risk status. At-risk equates to the status of a student being eligible for free or reduced lunch. Because of the free lunches that we had, people said, gosh, not as many people filled out the applications. They said, we're good, we get the free lunches. So our at-risk numbers across the state of Colorado are artificially low. But instead of just allowing that to continue and that we get less funding, basically the state decided to put in a mitigation factor for school districts. So every school district in March was given a one-time payment to kind of account for these artificially low at-risk numbers. So District 20, we received $2.3 million. And then we go ahead and we make a distribution to the charter schools as well. So what's important is that these dollars, which you'll see in just a moment, they're not recurring dollars, they're one time. So you'll see the impact that that has in a moment when we talk about projected unassigned fund balance, but that's the big bump there in the revenue. Next slide, please. Back to Table 1 on page 3, looking at letter B in the blue box, you'll notice that our expenses are at about 70%, which is very similar to this time last year. Next slide, please. This graph compares resources to expenses, and if you recall last month, I mentioned that we would see a big jump in our resources between February and March, because this is the time now in March when our property tax revenue starts to come in. So you can clearly see that on that line, and we'll continue to collect more property tax revenue this year. Next slide, please. Since this is a quarterly report, by statute, we also show the status of all of our funds, not just the general fund. And if you look at with each one of those funds on the left side of that slide, that's current year, on the right side is last year. What you'll see is all of our funds have resources in excess of our expenses, with the exception of designated purpose grants. That particular fund is often that we spend and it's grant related, we get reimbursed later after we've made that expense from the state. So typically that one shows that it's underwater because we spend first and get reimbursed later. Next slide, please. One final unique part of the monthly financial when it's a quarterly report is we go ahead and we make a projection of where we think the ending unassigned fund balance will be at the end of this fiscal year. So if you take a look, there's kind of two charts on that page. So let's start with the chart at the top. So what you'll see is in the green box, you'll see that $41.3 million. That is our audited beginning fund balance. It's the same one I presented to you at the mid-year. That didn't change. What you'll see in the blue box is the current projection for the end of this year. The unassigned fund balance for the end of this year is being projected at $30.4 million. So let's just set that there for a minute, and now let's look at the chart below. The chart below shows you a snapshot of what you approved during the mid-year budget presentation in January. So you can see the $41.3 million in green matches what we have up above. But in the mid-year budget, you'll notice that the unassigned fund balance is listed in the blue font as $27.7 million. So what does this mean? It means currently we're projecting that this is going to be higher at $30.4 million. Why? A huge part is that 2.3 or a little over 2.1 after the charters of those one-time dollars. That really is one of the big reasons that you see our fund balance increasing more than what we saw in the mid-year budget. In July, that will be the next time that I give a quarterly report. It will be the fourth quarter report as of June. The fiscal year will be over. We'll do another updated unassigned fund balance projection at that point. You'll also see where we're expecting that to wind up when I bring you the proposed budget. And then certainly we'll know the actual amount in November when we have the audit completed. Any questions for me?
No. Thank you, Ms. Allen. Appreciate that. Next is preliminary revenue assumptions for fiscal year 22-23. Mr. Gregory.
Ms. Allen again, please.
All right, let me just shuffle my papers here. Right. It's so hard to believe I just mentioned, you know, we're looking at the third quarter finances. We've got one, it's unbelievable. And so to say that we are working on the budget for 22-23 is an understatement. That's a major focus for us. Kathy and Brian, as always, are doing a great job with that. So tonight, what I'm going to do, as you know, when we create a proposed budget, we don't have a crystal ball to give us all the answers of what all the variables are going to be. But we have to make some assumptions, some educated assumptions about per pupil revenue and student count and all of those things that comprise a budget. So this evening, what I want to do is highlight for you some of the major assumptions that we're using in our budget. And if you wouldn't mind just putting up that document, the Word document that's attached, or I guess it's PDF, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you so much. So just a moment about the timeline. So obviously I'm sharing with you the budget assumptions this evening. The proposed budget, I'll be presenting that to you on May 12th. And shortly after that, we'll put an ad in the newspaper letting them know by statute that we have proposed that budget and that there'll be a budget hearing. And that means that people are just called if they would like to come to the board meeting on June 3rd, I believe it is. Let me make sure I have my date correct. Sorry, June 2nd. That will be when we have a budget hearing. And then on June 16th, the second board meeting in June, that's when the adopted budget will occur. So let's take a second and just review what's happening at the state level, because we certainly have our timeline, but it's heavily dependent on the state timeline as well. So what I'm about to share did not happen the last 2 years. With COVID, there were delays in the legislative session convening. They had recesses. It was pushing way out. Typically, it's mid-January to mid-May. In fact, this year, the last day, the day that requires adjournment, is on May 11th. So we're guaranteed, despite something happening unexpectedly, to have a finalized long bill, a finalized school finance act. But the state budget bill, which Ms. Thompson mentioned, the long bill, as she mentioned, has passed in the Senate and the House, and it's on the way to the governor's desk. That has to be finalized and approved before the School Finance Act can be finalized and approved. However, we did see it introduced earlier this week on Tuesday. So I'll mention that as we go through. And one note is, when I turned this in, this would have been a week ago before the School Finance Act was introduced. So although it's slight, the numbers I'm going to share are going to be slightly different for per pupil revenue than what I have in this document, because this will be a little stale compared to what we got on Tuesday. So let's start please on page 2, and you can just keep scrolling down to page 2 and you're going to see item 1. Now I'm not going to talk to every one of these, certainly if you have any questions, but I'm going to hit the highlights. So let's talk about total program funding. As I said, when I submitted this about a week ago, it reflected the latest run from CDE that we had back from March. And because they produce these runs where we can start looking at this number as the Joint Budget Committee begins to do their work. So that's that $584.12. And you can see that's an increase over the per pupil revenue that you saw in the mid-year budget. So that's about 6.9%. But good news is, I have to tell you, when I saw the email come in yesterday on the first run from the School Finance Act, I cannot lie. It's right. I mean, I get right on it and I have some butterflies. So I opened that up, and the good news is it did not decrease. It went up by $3.35, and I'll take it, okay, because I would rather have that than a decrease. And so that's a good signal moving forward. We certainly don't know for sure, but that was very reassuring that we haven't lost ground. If we go ahead and look at item 2, student enrollment, this is also a very critical variable because our funding is the per pupil revenue amount, and we need the pupils to do that work. So here's where we are. Let's talk about head count first, because to me that's easier for me to understand. So if I have 2 half-time students, I have 2 on a head count, 1 on funded pupil count, because they add up to 1 full-time. So when we look at head count, we're projecting an increase of about 92 students for next year all across District 20. Now keep in mind that that's the net of non-charters, New Summit, and TCA. So that's about a plus 37 in head count for New Summit, a decrease of about 47 students for TCA, and an increase of about 102 students for the non-charters. So you're probably thinking, Becky, I don't get it here. You're saying the funded pupil count is increasing by 1.7. That doesn't make sense. Well, that's a different number. It's funded pupil count. Here's why it's so low. We are projecting, again, this plus 92. But this year, because we had declining enrollment last year, you have something called averaging of your funded pupil count. It's a cushioning effect. So when a school district's enrollment goes down, that averaging cushions it so that it's a little softer for the district. Well, CDE has told us with our projected enrollment, don't expect any more cushion next year. So our funded pupil count this year is artificially higher because of the cushioning. And so the number, it's not that much different than what we're going to have next year. So the 1.7 is misleading, which is why I showed the head count on there. And so we may have more students come in and that number would be higher, but we've got a cushioned number compared to the real funded pupil count number next year without the benefit of the cushion. Next here is item 3, the mill levy override, very similar to our typical years. Of that $26.75 million in mill levy override, remember that value is fixed. So I can't just increase that. That's a voter approved measure that would be required for that. TCA annually gets $2.18 million from that. And New Summit will have about $644,000, which is about $35,000 over what they received this year. And what's different, TCA gets a flat amount every year, the 2.18. New Summits is based on student count, so that fluctuates. Item 4 is assess valuation. Want to take a moment just to point out something here. So odd numbered years are reassessment. Oh, yes.
Can I just ask why that's set? Is it because of when they were established?
Yes, it was just that before my time, the agreement, if you will, between TCA and the district, it was set that it would be a flat amount for TCA, and it's a count-based method or strategy with New Summit.
Thanks.
With assess valuation, if it's an odd numbered year, it's a reassessment year. If it's even, it's not. So this year, we're in assessment year 2021, collection year 2022. This was 2021 was a reassessment year. That's when you see the biggest increases. So our assessment valuation, if you recall, went up 18.9%. So next year, when we're starting to prepare the budget, two things are at play when we try to make a prediction of where we think it will be. And it's just a prediction. Probably, you know, the projection will be off a bit. That's just the way it is. We try to put the pieces together the best we can to make a judgment. So the first thing about next year is it will not be an assessment year. So those years are lower, sometimes 1%, sometimes less, because there's not as much activity. But the other piece is for the next 2 years, there is a Senate bill called Senate Bill 21293 that temporarily reduced the residential assessment rate from what we are currently experiencing of 7.15% to 6.95%. And that's for the next 2 years. I don't know for sure, but my guess is that that was put into play to help kind of, again, a cushioning effect because housing values have gone so high. So they've done this temporary change. I don't know what will happen. But with those two things together, a reduction in the residential assessment rate and the fact that it's not a reassessment year, very conservatively, we've said there could be a decrease of minus 1% in our assessed valuation. It may not happen. We've consulted with RBC. They're a firm that we partner with our bonds and all of those things in Denver, and they've suggested that. And like I said, we'll true that up at the mid-year, whether it's higher or lower on that. But again, we took a conservative approach.
Ms. Allen?
Yes.
If in fact that decrease by 1% stays, what is that in dollars?
You know, when we think about the impact on us, the total program funding, we still get the same amount. If it were to decrease, the blue sand that we pour in that bucket, state share would be higher. And then with our mill levy overrides and our debt service, we did not levy 60.216 mils, so we have plenty of room there. We would not breach our cap even if our assessed value got lower. We would be able to fully fund those pieces. Let's skip to item 8, building rental. Just wanted to point this one out because it goes back to a conversation that I know was had several meetings ago about the work Mr. Smith and I did with the Building Rental Committee. If you recall, we made a change to be able to fund the schools that did not have any building rental because they don't have access to rent their facility, and that we're not going to retain the typically $200,000 that we have at the district level. So while this is showing a decrease, it's a decrease to the general fund. Think about it like the finance office or the EAC or the district pot, if you will. The $200,000 will simply be distributed back to the schools, so that's where it will live. It really is a budget neutral, but when you look at the general fund, we have a decrease in there to account for that. Item 10 talks about New School Finance Act revenue, and this is simply showing that we're looking just for School Finance Act, which is the PPR, over $14 million in new revenue. Net, you'll see in the work session a little later, it doesn't equate to that much net, but that's specific to the School Finance Act. And then the last item that I just wanted to point out is the budget stabilization factor, because this is a good news piece. So our current budget stabilization factor this year is $15.6 million. Last year it was $32 million. The year before, 15.6. If this School Finance Act holds, our budget stabilization factor would decrease to 8.9 million. So while we still have a long way to go, and while the legislative session really started out with hopes of maybe cutting the budget stabilization factor in half, at least we're seeing some significant increase or decrease in the budget stabilization factor, increase in the buy down. So please note, things could change prior to May 12th when we bring the proposed budget to you, especially since the School Finance Act has not gone through. However, we have good signals with the introduction. So we'll continue to monitor things closely, and I'll certainly provide an update on the 12th. Any questions for me?
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Third quarter Board of Education discretionary budget update. Ms. Cloninger.
Thank you. I will be brief. Can you open that? Thanks. I'm sure you're about to. I just had a couple of things that I was going to point out here. Not much has changed. The 194 in red is something that the district handles altogether. So we would be playing a little cat and mouse game if we made that in the black right now. It'll be handled with the entirety of the district. In June, is that right, Becky? Is it in June that gets handled?
We'll do that because the benefit rates are so variable based on individuals. So yes, after the fiscal year, we'll go in and we'll clean all that up, and we'll not only for the Board of Education, but benefit lines across the district.
Thank you. And then we have two main spots that I had sent you all an email through Tina regarding moving some money around, but my new favorite phrase that Becky taught me is it kept everything budget neutral. So I do not have, it's just different buckets. So the only two really outstanding things we still have to do are the annual retirement banquet, which is so much fun. And it's at a beautiful location, and it's a great time to honor those employees. And then also our teacher at this year's staff gifts that will be coming up next week. So we will be giving you more information about that, so stay tuned. But those are really the only two. There's just little details that Tina will finish up with, ASL and different things like that. So for the most part, we're just looking at those two as our main things. That's all. Do you have any questions for me? No? Great. Just kidding.
Since you brought up the appreciation gifts, I want to publicly thank you, and I think Ms. Manson, I don't know if there's anybody else, but y'all, I greatly appreciate the work you did.
Well, thank you. And I will tell you, Tina rocks, and we'll never let her go. Or Ms. Manson. After 9 o'clock, everybody's first names to me. And lucky if you get the right one. Anyway, I was going to say, well, we can talk about that in the work session, I guess, about the pickup and stuff like that.
Yeah,
but Tina and I will be getting those this Monday. So we do have a couple of senior volunteers that will be helping us, as well as kind of the Blue Wing secretary crew, and also Becky's secretary as well, Becca. So thank you to all of them.
Thanks. Okay. Language revision discussion of governance process policy 4.4 board meetings. That's me. Andy, if you would open up the track change, that one, thank you. So two things basically that Mr. Temby and I suggested changing. You could scroll down to the red. First one was it used to say a sign-up sheet will be provided for such purposes. Well, we don't do that. We I just said those wishing to speak must sign up electronically between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. the day of the meeting on the district website. I think that one's pretty straightforward. And then the other one, comments from the audience, we're going to proposing limiting it from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. So I would rather not start that conversation. We can certainly have it. Ms. Cloninger.
I have to beat out Aaron to how quickly he pushes his button. I did want to address that because I think that there's a couple of things that are maybe assumed by the public. So just to put everything straightforward, I had a big part of saying that this should be reduced. It's not to by any means threaten freedom of speech or any of that. It is that this meeting oftentimes gets hijacked completely by a couple summers ago. It was 4 hours, 5 hours. And it is in no way, I will have coffee with you every day of the week, whatever. It is not to eliminate people's rights to come and speak to us. It is purely so that we can do the effective job that we have been elected to do here. And I know I don't want to put words in Will's mouth, but I do know that it was mutually agreed on. Everybody else can speak for themselves. I'm not trying to say that, but I did want to say on behalf of myself, we respect the speakers. This has been a unique time. I know there's other districts that cut people off at 1 hour or 30 minutes or the first 10. And to be fair to the amount of people that we have coming, we thought eliminating 1 minute would just allow us to kind of keep that time to do the work that we're here to do, but also give you all the public time to come and speak to us. And I have been in restaurants, both when Mr. Salt and what's your name? Tom, just kidding, just kidding. Where they have been, and I have one next week and I've had several, but where we've had constituents ask us to come and meet with them and meet on the side for different conversations that would go beyond what the 2 or 3 minutes would give. So just in all transparency, I wanted to make sure that we were beating up the right people, and I certainly take responsibility in that. And I appreciated the conversations that some people brought up today about D20 parents, student doing some kind of prioritizing. I like that. And if we have overlooked something because of, I'm happy to have that conversation, but I that's where it came from. So just, that was my thoughts.
Thanks, Ms. Cloninger. Anybody? Mr. Salt?
Thank you. And just to echo Ms. Cloninger's comments, this is something that we actually talked about at a work session, and pretty much everyone was kind of in agreement. Very much, we have our wonderful administration and cabinet members that are here, and they still have to report back here at work tomorrow. And so trying to be respectful of everyone's time and the efforts that they're putting in here. But we still want to make sure that we have enough time to hear from all of the constituents and the community members. As Ms. Cloninger said, there are other districts here who say you have 30 minutes, and how many ever people we can get through in 30 minutes is how many people we will have. The rest of you are welcome to send us an email. And that was something that I would say the board as a whole was against, that we wanted to make sure that we left it open-ended to make sure that we could hear from as many constituents as wanted to come and talk to us. There were many different opportunities or different ideas that were kind of tossed around. And interestingly enough, this was a large topic of conversation at the NSBA conference that we went to. Many of the sessions that I attended, and I believe some of the others as well, we had discussions about public comment at board meetings, and there are many, many different ways of handling this. And this was sort of where we came through, is trying to respect the time of our staff and our admin who are here every night and still showing up on Fridays. But still keeping that balance of being able to hear from as many constituents as want to actually come and talk to us, and community members. with that, there is a little bit of and Ms. Cloninger actually talked about this a little bit, is we were elected to sit here and do a job. If we don't start our meeting till 9 or 10 o'clock at night, which has happened on multiple occasions, we are not in the best position to ask the questions that we need to ask and actually do the due diligence work that needs to happen at these board meetings. And so we want to make sure that we are able to actually do the job to the best of our ability and not start our meetings at 10 o'clock at night. And so that was a lot of the conversation we had, is how do we balance hearing all of the input from our community, but still being respectful of the time of our admin and still being able to do the job that we were elected to do in the best capacity that we could. And so this was sort of the balancing act that we did. With that, I did want to make a comment about the policy change. There wasn't like an effective date. One of the things that we had talked about was having an effective date on this. Is this intended to go into consent on the next, so that would be in May. So would that be then in place for starting the June meeting? We had talked about at one point pushing that to the beginning of the school year and pushing that to sort of a July 1st effective, and I wasn't sure how this was. I didn't see anything on the July 1st, so I just wanted to clarify when this would actually go into effect.
That's something we can talk about. I feel like that, again, if you all have different opinions, my opinion is, yes, assuming that my sense is that this is a good plan, we go on consent at the next meeting, and then it would become policy, if you will, next meeting, because we vote on consent after public comment. So that would be the plan. It would be the June meeting, the first June meeting. This would take effect. Yes. Ms. Con, or go ahead, Mr. Salt. Are you done?
Just saying, thank you for the clarification.
Yep. Ms. Cons.
So I don't want to reiterate what Ms. Cloninger and Mr. Salt have said, because, yeah, multiple things we discussed, and it truly is, I think most of us, all of us, were adamant that we don't set a time limit and only allow a few speakers. You know, it was really important to us that every single person who signs up gets to speak every time. And initially there was some language in the original policy that we thought we could keep as is and just temporarily suspend the 3 minutes, because I think in our hearts, we don't intend to stick to 2 minutes forever or for long. We just, we thought we could get away without changing the verbiage, but legally we just couldn't. So just know that it's, you know, I'm speaking for myself, but it's not a hard and fast rule for ever and ever. It just is because we're just not effective a lot of times late at night.
Most of these guys turn into pumpkins. They turn into pumpkins after 10 o'clock.
I'm trying really hard to stifle my yawns with my drink, but that's how it goes. So that, I just wanted to say that.
I'll just add my thoughts as well. We have one of the most liberal policies of allowing people to speak anywhere. A lot of places allow 1 minute. I've heard some of them say, unless the comment is directed to what's on the board agenda, you can't speak. Imagine, yeah. So other people, they will allow a few people to speak at the beginning of the meeting, and then they have to wait until the very end of the meeting. And others just say, we're gonna just have everybody speak at the end of the meeting. And I was reticent to really do much of anything because I want maximum participation, maximum transparency. This 2 minutes affects everybody exactly the same. Everybody's going to be limited to 2 minutes, whether you're whatever you're speaking on, and so it doesn't hurt anybody, if you will. And I just the main reason is we just got to get going with our board meetings. We've had this many comments, 20, 25 for so long. We realize it's probably going to be that's going to be the new normal, and so we've just got to do something, and that's why I think this makes sense. So, Ms. Cons?
And also, like you said, Mr. LaValle, people call us all the time and set up meetings, and so I think we're all more than willing to get to hear you an additional time for much longer too. You know, we all try to make ourselves available as much as possible. I was on the phone last night for 45 minutes with someone. This came up, you know, she gave her 2 cents to not approve this, but that's great among all the other important things we were discussing. So, but that goes to say that letters to the board, to your school principals, teachers, whatever your issues are just as effective. Both are important and effective, public comments and letters. We get a lot of feedback that we don't reply to public comments, and that's just the nature of the beast. So it's a wonderful avenue to bring light to issues that we appreciate hearing from a lot of people, but also send those letters and use your extra time and take extra long to send letters to us that we can reply to more deeply.
Ms. Cloninger.
And I did not mean to leave you out just because I haven't seen you at locations. I know that you talk to a lot of people, but I agree. I think that there's nothing, I've been very impressed with the board as far as the availability. That's not been something that, and availability to anyone, not just who they think voted for them, but that is something that I really feel like has been a good thing with this board, and hopefully I realize when we put something on an agenda, it does tend to have, you know, implications that are maybe judged before knowing the actual understanding of it. But yeah, we really agreed on that. And like Nicole said, if this is something that we feel like isn't working and we're not getting enough, you know, understanding of the constituents, I think we would look at changing that too, because it is important to us to hear from everyone.
At the work session, there was a lot of discussion. What can we do? How can we help the situation without stifling any free speech? So there was a lot. We looked at a lot of different ways, and we sort of came down to this very simple, basic, just go from 3 to 2. So the expectation would be at the next meeting, it will be on consent. If someone wants to pull it from consent, they have every right to do so. Just one board member can do that, and then we would have a discussion again if a board member wants to do that. If not, it will be voted on in consent. Assuming that it is voted in, then at the June board meeting, first June board meeting, that would be the policy. Any other questions on that one?
Well, and I also appreciate that we were trying to make it be after the school year ended so that it could kind of start fresh. These meetings, I swear to you, I have been to meetings for years in this district. This is the first time this many people have shown up. It used to be very boring, and to have 1 or 2 people speak was kind of a lot. So it is unprecedented. It really is, but I appreciate that.
Okay. Debrief. Who has Heather's card? Oh, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Ms. Cloninger. Heather, I'll call you Heather since it's the end. And the one who does all the work behind the scenes, and we do compliment her, but she's awesome. Tina, you're having a birthday on April 29th. Happy birthday. So we have, we got as high as 45 people watching. We got down to 16. We're back up to 20 people watching. So I just want to say when we adjourn this meeting, we are going to have a work session for budget planning discussion on our expenditures. If you want to stay, you can, but I just want you to know that will occur after this. Was our business this evening focused on activities that promote and honor our mission statement, our belief statements, and our global end statement that reminds us that all students will have the knowledge, skills, and character necessary for successful transition to the next level, and upon graduation will be fully prepared for success?
Yes.
This board is adjourned. This meeting's adjourned.
This board's adjourned. We're at it.